Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh, that scared me. I know exactly what happened. I was unmuted, but there was no sound because I didn't like my mic itself was not on. Thank you for that. I would have streamed silently. I would have not noticed that. Because on everything else, it's like, your mic is on in OBS. Your mic is on like the little screen that shows that it's on. But no, it's like the hardware. The hardware was off. Welcome back, Mintmai's voice. Oh man. Oh, that's too bad. I was so I was so cute at just the beginning of stream for you. That's a real it's a real shame. Good afternoon, Mint and chat. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for 10 months of membership. It means more to me than you know. Thank you for supporting the bakery. Thank you, thank you. But hi for the hold on. You know, I got this. Do 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 do. We're on the normal starting screen. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, it's time. Bing. Hi, I'm Emma. Welcome back to the bakery. It's good to see you guys. Did you have a good week so far? And also, happy Wednesday. What I was totally saying, which my beautiful mic definitely picked up, was a small part of me. Whenever I see on the calendar and I check the calendar and it says Wednesday, there's a small voice in the back of my head that goes, "It's Wednesday, my dudes." And then I squish him. Because one day, I fear a day where no one knows that reference anymore. I don't even know the original myself. It's one of those things where it's like someone quotes it and then everyone else follows them in quoting it. And so now every Wednesday, I wake up and I'm like, huh, it's Wednesday, my dudes. Hi, Mintmai for the first time. Definitely no interaction for the last 2 minutes. Exactly. It was just, the typical starting soon screen, which I tend to put up and then I grab my water, tea, or whatever drink of the day. Today's choice is warm water. Great for allergies. Great for helping out with allergy season. Hi, Mintmai, nice to meet you. This is my first time meeting you. Nice to meet you too. Yeah, I'm a baker. I love bread, actually. I think like is a huge understatement. I love bread and, you know, this little guy over here. And I also draw, so you'll get to witness my art process today. I feel like, I kind of like having at least, you know, some days with art streams, I feel like I just want to be like free and completely like unshackled in concept. But truthfully, what I do like to do lately is it's nice to sort of set a goal. Because typically when I just draw on my own, I don't really have a goal in mind like that set. So yeah. Do you play Bread and Fred? I've played Bread and Fred before. I've also played Am I Bread? Yeah. I guess those are games that bread lovers should play. I want to play more like bakery simulators. And I do see there are a few promising ones that have been like teased. So I'm really excited. But yeah, today we're going to be working on some super cute summer art. But I do think it's nice, for me lately at least. Just, I don't want to let myself get too comfortable sometimes with my art process. Because once I get super comfortable with one way of drawing, I feel like I get lazy. I'm like, oh, I'm used to this now. Like I can chill and just like easy breezy, lemon squeezy. I tend to do that sometimes if I just really want to have fun drawing. But I still think that streaming, whenever I stream my drawing, process. It kind of pushes me to try like harder things and be more patient with my art. So I like that. So today we're focusing like purely on, I do think we have a little bit more line art to do, but we will be focusing on some base coloring for most of today. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, that being said, I hope you guys don't mind if I pretty much jump right in, because we can always keep chit-chatting like while I'm drawing. That works perfectly well. And I think, you know, we can just talk about a bunch of other stuff that's been on my mind too. Big one being... Yay! Yippee! Round of applause because I paid my taxes! A week, actually over a week before the deadline this year. Yippee! It's not even... Okay, I want to just say this to like comfort myself, but I'm like, it's not even that hard. Like it doesn't take more than a day. It's just I spend more than a day thinking about how hard it will feel to do. Yeah. I also just, you know, it's daunting. It can be daunting. Good job paying the taxes, but have the taxes paid you? Do they ever? Just kidding. They took pity on me, and I got like $2. Pity was taken upon me. And I got like $2. Hey, $2 is $2. It's like finding, you know, finding bills that are like stuck between the couch cushions. I wish I were joking. Dang, at least you can afford a Costco hot dog with that. Yeah, so, well, first off, I guess freelance taxes are a bit more complicated. Not to get super into it, but also because I moved to YouTube this year. At least as far as like my activities here go, as far as my streaming activities go, that also like changes some stuff because I moved platforms. So it's only like a very mild thing. But yeah. Oh my gosh, Kazu, thank you for the hot dog. Oh my goodness. A whole Costco hot dog for me? I finished my taxes like 2 months ago, but I have not submitted it. What do you mean you finished it, but you haven't submitted? Send it out! There's no reason to hold on to it and like brood. Just like being like, just any day now. You're just making... Well, I guess it's different for everyone though. I won't get into the details of anyone's work circumstance, but what I mean to say, if you need to pay your taxes, I wish you the best of luck in that process. And also, as soon as you're done filling out your forms and everything, as soon as you're done doing your adulting, I think you should get yourself a little treat. I ate ice cream. I ate ice cream after doing my taxes, like pretty much immediately after sending it out. I was like, yep, awesome. That's awesome. I did a good thing. I did a fantastic job. Yippee! I also, honestly, to be perfectly candid, I applied for some, like, you know, part-time work. So I'm proud of myself there too. I applied for a few things that I might be able to do part-time. Because honestly, I'm just trying to, you know, take the best care of myself and also make sure that I can afford things and hopefully have an even better, like, I guess, more like stable support for my activities. Yeah. Imagine like idle baker, but you know, I won't say exactly what line of work it is, but it's you know, I'll romanticize it. Think like barista Mintmai, you know? Hope it goes well. Thank you guys. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I think, you know, I don't tend to talk to you guys about I don't speak to you about super serious things because I feel like my principle my personal belief and principle as a content creator, and with what I want to do because of, you know, the bakery, is I want to be able to like fully support myself, but also be able to spend a good amount of time here doing things here, right? And I've been looking into other jobs mostly because, you know, freelance art is rough. I won't mince, I guess I won't like sugarcoat it. Stuff that I'm doing outside of VTubing is not always the easiest. And it's not the most consistent either, even though sometimes, like, it's like sometimes things are great and sometimes things are harder. But what I mean to say is, I guess, you know, I'm just gonna give it my all. I'm gonna give it my all. Just like working hard to support myself, but also wanting to be a part-time idol. Do what you gotta do. Exactly. You know, we all gotta get a little bit of the grind on sometimes. I reject the grind set as a concept, but I believe that out there's a balance between doing what you're passionate about, doing what you need to do to take care of yourself. And the reason why I'm looking for, I guess, you know, the reason why I've been working a lot outside of stream and offline is because I'm trying to find something else that's not creatively related, that can kind of help supplement so that I can take care of myself, but then be able to put more time into my passions. Does that make sense? It's kind of like, you know, you just adjust things accordingly, especially because I knew some things were going to change, especially like moving off of Twitch and things like that. But it's my responsibility. It's my personal responsibility that I want to take care of, as far as taking care of me goes. Like, I don't want to put it in anyone else's lap, you know? Just because I move platforms, just because I chose what I think is good for my content, I think, you know, I weighed a lot of the pros and cons, and the pros outweighed the cons by a lot to me, to my personal belief. So yeah, but I was looking for, you know, different scenery, so that there's a lot of times where I feel like I don't draw as much art for the bakery or for, you know, me or Flower Friends, or I've been behind on creative projects purely because I was grinding in different ways. And then I don't want to creatively burn out, and I wanted to just find something that was like, even if it doesn't pay me a lot, if it's stable and then I can spend more time, or not more time, but if it's stable and I can have just like a more comfortable amount of, like, if I could be more comfortable, like financially and flexible, then I can reinvest things into what I really want to do, you know? So I do think that that's kind of been something that's been in the background for some time. But yesterday was a pretty big day of just like, let's just grind this out. Let's just do our best. So, you know, you're working hard in your own ways, always. And I really, really root for that. And so I also want to practice what I preach and do what I can in every way. Yeah. So thank you guys for being here for the ride. And just, you know, supporting me here means a lot to me in the present moment, like right here at the bakery. But it also means a lot for me when I'm not like actively streaming. When I'm just with myself and thinking about projects or things that I want to do, it really is like, it really does feel like a bit of light at the end of the tunnel, sort of, when you're remembering that out there someone appreciates your art, you know? Even if it's just one person. Like, I believe in making art for yourself, but there is something really special about having just like literally even one other person, just like anyone outside of yourself, anyone that didn't create the artwork, that just like wholeheartedly appreciates it. Like, that means more than the world to me. I don't know. So anyways, now that I've overshared a little bit, let's get to the art screen and we'll keep chatting as I draw. I'll do my best. Yippee! You know? I know this is so cheesy, but I love to romanticize my daily life in like small ways. If it's something as simple as making tea or something like that. So I was just thinking to myself, I was like, one of the places that I applied to work at, they have a really cute work uniform. That's not why I tried to work there. I thought I would, you know, I thought it fit what I can do well, but like, but I was also just like, I don't know, their employees have drip. So like, you know, it's like applying to work at a cafe, but then you're looking at like their required uniform and I'm like, oh, that's kind of cute. Romanticize everything. I could see the uniform being an influence. I'm sorry. I walk into the interview and I'm like, I'm sorry for being shallow. I just, I just, you know, I think I could serve in your uniform. Leave it up to me. I can't even take myself seriously. But I might seem like the most whimsical, you know. I think I seem like very, very whimsy, like, I love, you know, I love wiggling around and dancing and doing art, but at its core, I want to be someone that works as hard as you believe I do. You know? You can't lie that it's part of the reason. I can't be picky, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying that it, you know, to all of the places, all the places in the world, if you want Mintmai to work for you, it really helps if your uniform is like really helps if your uniform is cute. Honestly, even if there's no like uniform, I will be dressing like clean and in appropriate work attire, you know, but like cute, but like clean. There's something nice about just like a very like smooth and clean pair of pants with like just a shirt, like a solid color shirt. Me when I want to work at a maid cafe because the uniforms are cute. Oh my goodness, a maid cafe would go crazy. You think I have it in me to work at a maid cafe? I know we've done Mintmai Bakery maid cafe pop-ups, and I literally have the outfit. However, I think I think I'm too shy. Trust me, I think when it comes to customer service, I won't lie, I think I'm amazing at customer service. Like retail and customer service from the work that I've done in that industry before, like small, you know, small jobs here and there, or like experience that I've had working there. I do think I'm genuinely great at customer service. However, I'm scared. I'm scared of working at a maid cafe because it's almost like it's too similar to my interests, and also not to get in over my head, but like I think I would have to quit if someone asked me like, are you a VTuber? You sound kind of familiar. Like I think I would have to quit the very next day. It's just like when I'm face to face with people, I get really, how do I explain it? I'm not shy, but I am shy. I have a bad way, actually no, I have a bad way of expressing myself when it comes to this because it's nuanced. But the best way I could explain myself is I'm a black cat raised in a family of golden retrievers. And so I can turn on the very enthusiastic, extroverted customer service in me. I can. Hi, nice to meet you. Feel free to let me know if you have any questions. Like I can be perfectly on top of it, and I can be extremely great at that. But with the maid cafe, you have to kind of like let's make your, let's make your omurice extra tasty, okay? Like you have to go the extra mile, and it's like, okay, on the count of 3, you gotta moe kyun. And I think that if I did that, I don't know. If I did that every day, like would I have fun with it? Possibly, but I think I would have to go through an intense training arc. I personally would have to go through such an intense training arc to like basically surgically remove the part out of me that cringes at myself, you know? Thank you for my life. Wow. I don't know. When it comes to like, when it comes to maid cafes, I love the maids. I love the uniforms too. And I think it's such a fun and cute concept. I just don't know. I just don't know if I can hold out personally. Because the problem is, I think because it's not just a normal, you know how like maid cafes, I don't think they can be considered like just cafes. They're not similar. Like, yes, they serve food and things like that, but to me, they're not really cafes that you don't go for the food. You go for entertainment, right? So I think because of that, I would definitely wind up how do I put this? I think I would wind up like somehow accidentally in one way or another leaking that I'm a VTuber. Like I wouldn't say it outright, obviously, but I think the problem is like, you know, I think like my ogyakusama would moe kyun really well, and I'd be like, "Otsukare-sama deshita," and they'd be like, "What?" I'd be like, "Otsumeido," and they'd be like, "What?" The problem is like I'm so cute anime girl and like VTuber brained. I think the problem is like the VTuber-ness of it all would just like be so blatant if I tried to do something like that. And I'm scared. She was scared. She was terrified. I changed the lyrics a little bit. That's from Being Puppy Cat. Let me see. I think currently my colors are not coordinated very well. I think if I do this, then it's a little bit less bright. Hold on. I'm trying to adjust it to be like perfect. But it never quite looks the same as it does on my iPad screen. I saw someone talking about how like digital art that looks different, like colors look different on your phone versus your monitor versus your drawing tablet, and I'm like, oh, no truer words have been spoken. Color calibration is woof. I've never actually bothered getting one of those little devices that help you like color calibrate your monitors though. Even though I'm an artist, I'm just like, nah, I don't need it. I'll like eyeball it. So what I do is I open my eyes really wide every single time I get like, I need to like update something, or especially when I replaced my monitor after like the screen shattered. I remembered when replacing it, I basically opened my eyes really wide and I like held up my iPad to it with like the same picture pulled up on my iPad and my monitor, and then I just manually like calibrated the RGB on my monitor. Because if you can honestly, like iPad screens, like the display, they show very good and like vibrant color. So, and like it's accurate to other, at least Apple screens. And I think that's cool, you know? All right, base color in. Let's Let's see, next, let's do this. It's so nice to have this like color thumbnail just to like toggle on. It's so handy. I think the sunglasses I need to keep within their own layer. And because I use a textured pen, I have to be pretty careful about filling it in. Right! Thank you for 10 months of membership! Thank you so much for your support. Wah. Hey, beautiful. Hello. Oh my goodness, speaking of beautiful, my Twitter timeline's been so blessed lately because, like, you know, I just hope that perfume companies never, ever, 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 ever stop collaborating with VTubers. I hope that they're in this like for life, you know? Every perfume company ever. Just please and thank you. You know me so well. I'm sorry. I think like I saw that perfume art of Miss Pandora and like the lace. I got like a little lightheaded. I'm not gonna. It's not about the lace though, you know, it's about like the facial expression and the way the hair is drawn. Like the illustrator cooked so hard, like call that a Michelin 3-star. Like I don't know. I'm no better than the average man. Oh. But seriously, like, honestly, this happens to me every single time there is like any perfume collab with like VTubers specifically. I've seen a lot of like IP perfume collabs where it's like, oh, I actually smelled some free run perfumes. I came by them in like a department store when I was in Asia. and the scents are really nice. But I only can wear perfume if I'm like going outside for a long time, because I am unscented for my cats. I stay unscented for my cats, or try to use unscented products for like everything. Like cleaning agents, like all of it is as unscented as it gets, I think. Mostly just because one of my cats is a little like more sensitive to it, and I looked it up and they're like, from my research, it supposedly can help a little bit. But actually, it's been a lot better compared to when they were kitten. So, yippee! But even then, I never really wore fragrance unless, like just when I'm on my own indoors. But I do like fragrances. Sorry, I got super sidetracked. Thank you, Ryan, for the 10 months of membership. Because you said, hey, beautiful, I was reminded of beautiful women, and as you may or may not know, that's like the #1 cause for Mintmai tangents. Beautiful characters, I would extend to say, are the #1 cause of Mintmai tangents. And I'm gonna stop myself before I go on a marriage toxin tangent, because we'll do that after. Also, Alex, thank you so much for 10 months of membership. Thank you for being a toasted member, and you really... I really appreciate the support. Thank you. I also realized that even though I have the sunglasses like this, I need to draw in the rest of the hair. But thank you, Alex, thank you, Rai, thank you. thank you. Random Moose Brains, our membun refreshes. I was thinking about this, cause I knew this was definitely a thing, and like it is probably not just 1 or 2 people either. But I don't know about people's preferences, but I think I have decided a way if people want to basically like stealth support me and lurk support me and don't want me to read it on stream or anything like that, you can. Like, I'll make it so you can do that. Would you guys be like interested in that? Because I was thinking about it, like, I realized I don't get Ko-fi notifications like in my stream, like in my setup, in my panels. And the alerts also don't pop up. It's just kind of like I get an email about it later. So in case anyone is shy or just like doesn't want me to read something out loud, I definitely want to respect that if at all possible. So it's more so for donations. If you want to donate like secretly, you can use Ko-fi instead of the tip page. This is not a call to action in any way, shape, or form. I was just thinking about it because it was brought to my attention, and I was like, this is something that I had thought about before too. But there's part of me that's still very you know, I know I'm a small indie. So I really want to thank everyone's support with my whole heart. But for anyone that's not comfortable like being, I guess, like called out or like doesn't want direct on stream like, thank you for donating, big bold letters, thank you for donating to Mintmai's Bakery. If you want to sort of be if you like to be a little bit more subtle in supporting your Oshis, I totally want to respect that. So I think from now on, I think you can also tip anonymously on Ko-fi as well. Yeah. If you tip through Stream Elements, I will read it though. So thank you for the $2. The caption is shh. Does that mean I'm supposed to keep your name a secret? Thank you for the support though. I want it to be a really comfortable and chill space for all of us. But yeah, it took me some time to get used to how, or even be like brave enough to do things the way I fully want to. Because in the past, at least on Twitch, with alerts and stuff, like they were read out loud. Not even by me all the time. There's like text to speech and everything, but I realized that that's not really how I liked to run things, I suppose, at the bakery. It's because I get very distracted very easily, as is, and knowing that's how my brain works. I would rather us have like the space to have just a really consistent and fun conversation. And then I'm obviously more than happy to thank everyone along the way. Thank you for the $2 tip. Thank you. It's beautiful. You're referencing the fact that I said you're referencing the fact that I said my tax return was $2. Oh. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. But yeah, I'm working hard. I'm doing my best so that I can bring things I'm passionate about to you guys. And it makes me happy. It makes me happy. This whole morning I was like organizing my calendar and making thumbnails and sort of thinking about projects for the rest of 2026. And that was pretty exciting. That was a little bit exciting. Dun, dun, dun. It's so satisfying to color hair strands, just like doo, 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 doo. But yes, earlier I was thinking about Marriage Toxin for a moment, because Witch Hat Atelier, like that's my anime of the season right there. That is my anime of the season. And I'm not streamed since I watched Witch Hat Atelier. Oh my goodness. Oh, Bugs Films. Oh, Bugs Films. please take my love, take my heart and soul. It's such a good adaptation, so I think I was gushing about it on Twitter quite a bit. But one anime I did not gush about is, I didn't gush about it yet, is Marriage Toxin, because I enjoyed the manga very much so far. It's not like one of my top favorite series like Witch Hat Atelier is, but I really like the main character. The main character is arguably one of the first times I felt like I understood. I know you guys witnessed me with Corbeau, but seeing Gero from Marriage Toxin, I was like, okay, they made him for me. For me specifically. Did you see my art of you? I think. Huh? Wait, should I look at it on stream or after stream? Ooh, now you're like the suspense. Because if it was posted recently, I think I checked my fan art tag like just every couple days. Ooh, I'm tempted. But wait, I've got to save it. I'm gonna look at it after stream. I'm gonna look at it after stream because I want my raw reaction to. No, wait, I want to look at it though. I'm like, typically whenever I see fan art for the first time, it's fun because then I can comment on it. Or at least bookmark it if I'm not like available to comment on it in the very moment. I can at least bookmark it to look at it later. But I want to see it. I want to see it now. Why would you do this to me? Why would you give me such a tantalizing distraction? I'm working so good. I'm working so good at on art. Why would you give me such a tantalizing distraction? Telling me that Mai has drawn Witch Hat Atelier related artwork of me? Okay, hold on. It'll be a reward for after. I'm gonna base color the hair and then we can go over there and peek. Okay. But yeah, if anyone was ever curious about, you know, my type in a character, in a character specifically, I think pretty much my whole life I've been very, in every piece of media, I tend to really focus on like how the women present, just because I love them. Just because I think as a young baker, I would get really starry-eyed at beautiful women, because like duh. But Marriage Toxin was probably one of the first times where I was like, oh, okay. Like, I like some other, you know, male MCs. Like I like Hak from Akatsuki no Yona, but his personality, like his tsundere-ness, is actually like not really my type. Like he's kind of too suave and handsome. I do like Hak though, but he's kind of like almost a little bit too smooth for me. I don't even know if smooth is the right word to describe Hak, but there's something there that is like, I still really like him and he's like very objectively attractive, but it's like it's not like gripping my heart the way like 2D men like Corbeau and Gero from Marriage Toxin were able to. And I was like, why is that? I was trying to decipher it. And I was like, oh, the special something is like a mix of gap moe and also how silly they are. Which is like, Hak is silly, but maybe not silly enough. Corbeau is still on my mind. I think me falling for Corbeau in the big 2026 is like walking, like going on a walk and then tripping and falling flat on my face in a gold mine. Like I fell in a deep pre-dug hole in Minecraft and there was nothing at the bottom of the hole but diamonds. I might have missed the initial wave when everyone else was crazy about him and there was beautiful art of him circulating Twitter. But one swift search of Corbeau Pokemon has like fed me for years. There is really gorgeous fan art of him. I have seen his TCG full art. It's very fun. I think that day I ended stream and I immediately saw that Maya sent it to me. The TCG full art with like a side-eye emoji. Like, have you seen this yet? And I was like, oh! Gasps. Freezes in my steps and gasps. Okay, I have flat colored the art. I get to reward myself by looking at whatever on earth Rai was alluding to. What do you mean there is fan art of me that's Witch Hat Atelier related, you think? Okay. Okay. What? It's so... Oh my gosh. First of all, thank you, Maya, if you see this. If you catch me in the VOD, I have to comment on it after I end stream because I refuse to get too distracted and type out a whole tweet on stream because every time I write a tweet on stream, I overthink it and then keep changing the wording because I get nervous because it's like everyone else is watching me draft a tweet and then I get embarrassed and feel like someone's watching me over my shoulder. But anyway, this is so beautiful. What? Oh, it's so... Is this because I mentioned that I had a dream where I was an apprentice in Witch Hat Atelier? Yesterday morning, I woke up kind of groggy, but I genuinely woke up from like a dream where I was not Coco, but I was a new... Like Coco was also there. Everyone else was also there. Agot was there. Like everyone was there, but I was just like another new apprentice. I'm not entering at the very beginning of the story, but I just remember it was very like, it's very like cozy. I'm gonna pull up the art since so you know what I'm reacting to. Look, so pretty. Oh my gosh, I like the expression a lot. It's so kira kira. It's so dreamy and like sparkly. Ooh, I don't know. It feels very emotional seeing myself drawn in a series that I love so much. But also it's like I hadn't even thought of putting myself in the Atelier outfit. I want to make a Witch Hat Atelier like OC, or I guess like a Witch Hat Atelier like me if I were in that universe. But like specifically being drawn as one of Cliffrey's apprentices is so cool. Thank you. It's just, I don't know, it's really cool and I'm very touched. I'm very touched that you wanted to draw me. Where again, there's a lot of masterful art out there. Thank you. Now I have to work harder on my art. I like how you paint hair, Mai. And so I'm like, I don't know. It's like so simplistic, but you get such good like color in. Man. Ah. Okay. I want to start rendering the hair already, but I should hold back. That'd be fun to see. Yes, and you know what idea I had? I want to draw myself as both a brim hat Or no, I want to draw myself as both a pointed cap witch and a brim hat witch. I see it in my mind's eye. You know what? Let me just write that out. Let me write that down, because like, why not we just make that a stream? Write that down, write that down. Oh my goodness, my stream idea document is getting like really long. Because there's some things that take some time to like prepare. But I think because I have this idea in my mind's eye already, we should do it sometime. Witch Hat Atelier AOC art stream. I have to note them down like as soon as I say it, because I think I have bird brain. I might have bird brain. I should know myself better by now, where I will worry a little bit that if something is not written down somewhere, I won't remember it until like many months later and be like, oh yeah, I really want to do that. It's real, ideas go away if they're not written down. Yeah, that's why it's always good to like, I really use my notes app on my phone. But alternatively, I've heard that some people, they keep like small notebooks, like pocket notebooks, so they don't have to take out their phone every time they want to jot down something creative. The shell earring? Yeah, it's like a little Mermaid Melody reference. I drew the shell specifically like I know it's like a basic shell design, but I specifically drew it with the 3 scallops, instead of like sometimes you see 4 or 5. Like I wanted it to be like the Mermaid Melody one. Splash stream. Yoni. Splash stream. I'm forgetting the lyrics. It's been over a year since I've memorized the heck out of that song. Na 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 big wave. Do I need to move the eyeball? I really like how the eyes looked, so I don't want to liquefy them. Like, I don't want to adjust their proportions too much. But it really feels like that eye needs to sort of match the other eye in size. Oh, I liked it like this though. How do I explain it? It's like, I know that they're not the same size, it's uneven. But I like the implication that this means that I'm like smiling more with one cheek. It's that time of year to pull out that VOD and loop it. I have not watched it back. I've not watched it back for a long time. I wanted to make it, you know, I wanted to make it happen, and I'm like, I guess it's one of those things where, because I'm running forward, I still don't take enough time to appreciate the past. The one more prominent cheek smile is so awesome. I just think it's like, so it adds a little extra personality. There's a little something extra when you add that in. But yeah, today I figured I'd talk a little bit about base coloring in general as I go, alongside just chit-chatting about, you know, anything else that's going on lately. Which for me, the biggest news lately has just been Witch Hat Atelier's adaptation is awesome, and you know, Marriage Toxin's anime adaptation is also awesome. It's just it's very fun. It's fun to see the action in a series like Marriage Toxin get animated. But like Witch Hat Atelier is just like a masterclass in art, and I'm kind of still reeling over how good it is. I still need to rewatch it because I want to rewatch it with the English dub. Because I think the English voice acting is also really, really good. So I wanted to give both of them a watch. Also because I saw that one clip of like Joshua Waters, Quiffrey going like, allow me to cap off my attire. And I was like, oh! I don't know, but Quiffrey sounds exactly how I thought he would sound in English. It's just kind of like soft, gentle, voice is not too low, and also not very high, but a little bit higher. It scratches my brain that it kind of matches my imaginary Quiffrey voice. You know what else is big that should be talked about? My birthday on April 26th. That's right. Whoa, 18 days until my birthday. I don't know. I feel like we're making such a big deal out of it now that I ought to prepare some kind of reverse gift. I have to prepare some kind of reverse Uno birthday gift. It's the creative pressure that I feel. Constantly wanting to... I'm like, but isn't it just another reason to do something fun? Celebrating a birthday together really is just another reason to do something fun together. Only 18 days until Obasan becomes older? Oh my! My stars. The years are passing us by. I say that so dramatically as if I'm like not literally... Okay, not me. But this bakery is like 3.5 years old. That is like so new for an establishment, you know? If you really think about it. Cue's Jurassic Park's theme song. What's dinosaurs got to do with anything, I don't see it. Can't believe it's been 3 years. Holy, time passes quickly. Time passes quickly, just like, you know, the tides change. It's a weird feeling because I felt like I opened a whole new can of worms with basically deciding like, I'm jumping ship to YouTube because I think this is what I want for myself. And I think since then my brain has been having this interesting like, whoa, this feels, it's like also fun, but also different, but also, I just like feeling like when I stream, it represents the current me, I suppose. And so that's why I've been really happy lately, because I'm like, I think this is a really good thing. That I made like a decision for my passion and content that's like purely for myself. And what I want for the future. And so, I don't know, it's very optimistic. Once my birthday passes, it's fig season? Wait, really? Actually? Say psych right now. When is fig season? I would like to know. For research. Sometimes the sketch looks more dynamic than the final. But that's how it is with rough lines. I feel like if you can just try and keep some of the dynamic pose and the color from your thumbnail, it'll bring you a long way. May to July. Ooh. Good to know. I'll take mental note of that. I guess it makes sense that it's a spring fruit, a springtime fruit. That feels very appropriate. Like a spring summer fruit? I'm actually really bad at knowing what... I'm really bad at knowing what fruits are in season. I think I love eating fruit, but I feel like I'm not great at knowing what's like in season. Because for instance, I never buy fruits like peaches. I pretty much never buy fruits like peaches myself. Like if my parents get them and I'm visiting them, like I will eat some. But I'm very much used to like, I get strawberries, grapes, apples, and oranges. Like those are my fruit staples to buy if I'm shopping for fruit. Cause I mean, it's really yummy, but it also is one of those things where like fruit, you pretty much have to eat it fresh every time. And then I go to the grocery store again and I'm like, well, I just want apples again. Like I could get peaches or apricots or something, but I'm like, I just want apples again. And they're healthy, you know, the fiber. And like for oranges, it's like, okay, there's my vitamin C. And then I get like bananas, and like bananas are really good fiber and potassium. So I'm not thinking about it like purely from a health perspective, because I'm not that strict with things like that on myself. But I do like to think about it. I'm like, oh yeah, it's cool. Like I know that I'm feeding myself stuff that will just like help. It will help tummy, like help prevent tummy ache. Yeah, it's like consistent, you know? Like if I know, basically once you find the type of apple that you like to eat, you're good, you know? You're pretty much set. Like if you like Fuji apples, if you like I don't get Granny Smith apples for anything other than baking. But if you like Envy apples are pretty good. Honeycrisp apples are really good. Yeah, Pink Lady, Red Gala. The only apple that gets put on the chopping block, and I don't mean literally, because I will not be chopping and eating slices of this apple, is Red Delicious. Get those out of the running. I want to know who I want to know if anyone unironically believes that Red Delicious are like, they're called Red Delicious, but I want to know if anyone unironically thinks that those apples like taste good, you know? I like the texture and they're meant to be like golden delicious apples that they modified to make red in hopes that more people would buy like a redder apple. But that makes me think that it's like a fake apple. It's like a bad apple. Do you know the Red Delicious apple lore? Do you? I got you with that one, huh? They're a result of like, apparently they're not related to, you know, the Golden Delicious. But it was kind of like an yeah, to me it feels like a, I don't know. It feels like a marketing apple. It is not like, I don't think it's lab grown. It's just like it was, you know, with crossbreeding like plants. It was just a result of some kind of apples and apples like mixing. But to me, it just, you know, there's actual history of Red Delicious being in stock because their skin is thick, so they travel well. Exactly. So like on trucks that bring fruits from orchards to grocery stores across the world or like across the country, because the skin is thick, then it just like cosmetically stays looking nicer because you don't see the bruises on them as well. But yeah, actually, if you look at the wiki, it literally says, but the selection of redder fruit, because consumers at the time associated redness with ripeness, like how good the apple was. So the more red, the better, right? But basically, like the selection of redder fruit caused deselection of flavor. And the genes that produced the yellow stripes on the original Red Delicious fruit were on the same chromosomes as those for flavor-producing compounds. So literally, they picked the apples to look prettier and taste like more nothing. Gamba, end of shift responsibilities. You'll now be able to magically focus again. The Granny Smith origin story's better. What's the Granny Smith origin story? Oh! Oh my gosh. It is named after Maria Ann Smith. So literally there's a Granny Smith that made the apple. Okay, so the Granny Smith is also a chance seedling, but so was the Red Delicious. Except the Granny Smith actually turned out to be like a very uniquely flavorful apple. Wait, did it literally come from her throwing apple seeds outside? That is fun. That is really fun if true. I will have to look into this a bit later. That seems very fun. Yeah, rotten crab apples. Oh shit, she just chucked the apple cores from cooking out the kitchen window. Wait, I love her. I love her. She knew what she was doing. Granny's got it together. Wait. Oh, I reached a maximum amount of layers. Okay, well... I reached a maximum amount of layers. I suppose this is a problem, isn't it? Well... I think it's because I have a bunch of layers on my sketch layer still, actually, that I can just like flatten. Yeah. Let me flatten some of my layers. I think I recall that. Hold on. I should probably make a group for the line art too. I'm not naming any of these. I just know. I just know in my heart. I wanted to keep some of the layers so that I know what like layer style and opacity I had things at. But I do have them on a separate file too. Is there like a reason I have this layer? And also this layer? Oh, I just have duplicates of things just cuz. Oh yeah, I think I was like trying out like a night variant, but I didn't like it in the end. Okay. Can merge that. Also can merge this. So we've reduced layers, and then I can also get rid of any layers I don't use at the moment. Sweet. Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Excuse me, as we were. Because the important thing for flat coloring for me is keeping stuff on separate layers with the intent, with the specific purpose. I keep everything on separate layers so that later, if I render it, I can just, like these are on clipping masks. If I didn't have them on clipping masks, it looks like that. So because I can clip things to the base layers of clothes, it makes my life easier. And you know, who doesn't like that? Although I will say, because this file size is big, there will be points in time where I need to just merge layers, and that's okay. But it's just something we're gonna need to do down the line. Also, I can be pretty like, I can select what layers can go, you know, together. I can also just merge layers where I just like colored it. Here, I can merge the body layers now too. The jacket layer is still separate. Without the jacket, she looks a little too bare. I'm still... As much as I like drawing tummy, as much as I like painting skin, honestly, like that's my favorite part of the whole art process with drawing a character. In my art style, at least. When I get to draw my anime style characters, painting skin is my favorite thing. However, if I want to literally draw my favorite part, that means I need to leave some skin exposed to be painted. Which doesn't always match up one-to-one with my like artistic taste. So you'll see a lot of a mix of like somewhat revealing clothing, but with any kind of sheer jacket or something like that, because I like the sheerness. I think it looks delicate and nice. 70 layers? Typically files, it's just because I like working in Procreate. It's an application on the iPad, and they have restrictions. They have file size restrictions according to your model size, as in like the model of iPad that you have. So it's the model of iPad you have plus the canvas size and resolution. Actually, I don't know if the resolution affects it, but it's definitely it directly scales proportionately with your canvas size. So people with beefier iPads can handle more layers. At least that is what I have heard, but I have an iPad that I've been using for some time, and it's great. I love it. I don't think I plan on changing it anytime soon. If it's not broke, don't fix it. That's kind of my mentality with this kind of thing. Yeah. Ba-da-bum-bum. I'm having a lot of fun painting right now. Wow, first time watching a live stream on YouTube. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. But yeah, I think a summer swimwear art is just very cute. Very, very cute. Let's see. I know it looks very different right now, but that's because we haven't gotten all the bells and whistles in. So this is one of those times when I'm like, let me cook. Let me cook. Okay. Sometimes I have to look back and be like, how did I do that? How did I do that actually? I remember now, just need to solid color in the sleeves. Oh, actually this needs to go here. Because it needs to go over some parts of the line art. Oh, actually, I can just recolor I can color the line art after. I'm being silly. I do this first. Yeah. Sometimes I have to remind myself what's easier to do or what looks better too. So if you want to create like sheer fabric, like what I'm doing, I just think of it like coloring the front side on one layer and then coloring the back side of the fabric separately. So I'm gonna use this pink. And so that makes it, once you have both layers, if you set them both to like, I don't know if multiply layers, what I want to go with this time. But if you set them to like both be multiply layers and then you turn down, make sure they have the same opacity because the cloth is the same thickness, right? Let's make them both 50. Then you have like a nice sheer sleeve. And then any color you put behind it, let's say like the watercolor, any color you put behind it will like still show through. Yeah. Fun technique. And so one layer is for just the back. Although when I'm coloring it, I make the layer setting, I like to make the layer setting normal so that I can see what I'm doing. Just like very solidly. This area is interesting because there'll be parts where there's like multiple overlaps, but I'll do the body part of the coat separately from the sleeve part. That will help with all of the sheer layers. I've only lowered the opacity but never made the layer a multiply layer. I think sometimes changing the layer style, it adds to like the richness of the color. Cause I think it depends on what look you're going for though, because sometimes it can make the color look a little bit like harsher. But in that case, you can just adjust it accordingly. Okay, let's do the front now. Oh, today I am drawing this beautiful summer artwork. The goal is for the finished illustration to look like this, like fully detailed. I guess the goal is to just have it look like this, but not a sketch. So I'm doing my best. I'm trying to train myself into being less intimidated by big pieces of artwork. So as you can see, this art is a lot higher resolution than some of the other things that I draw. Oftentimes I'm just like doodling to my heart's content, and just like sketching a character that I feel confident finishing in one stream. But I think it's nice to sort of bite off something more ambitious. And then you can see the process of it being created. So today's our base coloring day. Yay! And again, we might do a little bit of background today too. I did not line art the background just yet because I want it to have a very soft look. Okay, I'll think about how I'm gonna handle like this overlap over here. But first we do this. Wait, okay, so this is underneath. Later I will erase things accordingly. I have to show where the sleeve like folds over on itself. And in this section, it kind of does that. A little bit, right? We'll see where this goes. Yeah, I think for the background, I want to do the line art later because I'll probably make the line art colored. I mean, even the line art here, it's a very dark brown now. But if you see in my sketch, it's the line art gets colored afterward. So like some parts of the skin and like the arm, I make them an orange or like a reddish color. Or at least a lighter brown, because that actually really impacts how the piece ends up looking. Okay, let's try the transparent again. That looks cute. That looks pretty cute. I'm starting to think it looks a little bit too warm toned though. So for now, I'm gonna put it on the normal layer setting. I think I made it even more sheer in the original. But I do think that was a result of me like going in and erasing, like literally erasing some parts of the paint. So after I paint it, I would go in and do something like this. And that makes it look even more sheer. But let me do that a little later. Because now I should do... the body part. Okay. Dun, dun, da, 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 dun. You know, I feel like it's been a really long time. Me rambling about anime again, but I feel like it's genuinely been a really long time since I felt like I was so engaged in like more than one anime in the same season. I guess in general, it's been quite some time since I was like avidly keeping up with what was coming out. Typically I just hear about, you know, I guess the A-listers, just the most popular series, or I guess series that I'd been following like since they were manga. But for the first time in quite a while, I feel like I've been genuinely curious and like keeping tabs on new series. Like the mangaka for You and I Are Polar Opposites, their other manga series, which also looks really cute, and like it looks like there'll be some really nice, and I just like how they write like friend groups. I feel like it's very, very cozy and sweet. So I think it's called the Ramparts of Ice? The Rampants of Ice? That's coming out now too. And so I was curious about that one. Eh? Uh-oh. Oh, I see. I see what I did wrong. I didn't fill in this part. There we go. So now if we put this at 50 and this at 50, and then have the sleeves on too. Boom! There is our sheer swimwear. But I do think that I need to change the layer style. Linear burn? Let me think. I could do multiply. I could also do... Linear burn offers like a different feel. Although I think I'd have to adjust the values a bit more manually because it makes the parts where they overlap like really dark. If I make everything a multiply layer first, let's work from there. I like that the multiply layers take into account the colors that are under it. So stuff like the skin tone's warmth will kind of peek through. So cute! Thank you! The season is so stacked. Yeah, it is, it is. I'm baking. You're too kind. I hope that my art, I don't know, is able to spark joy and inspiration. I know, cheesy. But I do really want to do some cool things with it. I think I want to make a duplicate of it and then try out my eraser hack, if you will. So for this, I might even get a more textured brush. Let me see if I have a brush with some texture that I like. You can kind of, I think it's sort of hard to show you guys the... This has like a texture on it too. Oh, we could have fun with textures at the end. I tend to not really texture my art too much. I think that's just like my personal style that I'm used to. But oh my gosh, I love a little bit. Love a little bit of that sort of fine line texture. Because if I do a little bit of that on the sleeves, and I guess the light would hit the shoulders. I think the texturing I post normally for freckled characters, I wouldn't even consider like freckles a texture though. Like, I think I consider things like skin blemishes or freckles or like moles, I consider them just like features. Like it's part of the character feature as opposed to, I think a texture I define as something that's specifically present in the art. Like a character with freckles drawn by an artist that likes to use a lot of texture. It just comes down to, like, my line art has texture already. Hold on, I don't know if I'm liking that one. Let's just try a plain airbrush first before thinking in textures. But that's kind of what I mean, where it's like texture is like smooth, soft, more rough and scratchy, or more solid. As opposed to like the character has these features like baked into their being. That's how I personally define it. Or I guess how I personally wind up differentiating it is like, for instance, hair texture is different from drawing a character that has like dyed hair. Cause it's like, that's their hair. No, I think I'm interested in the wording of it all. That's what I'm getting at. See, so if we do something like that, it looks really different, right? From something like this. Ooh. I think... Yeah, you see how different it is? But I think I want to give it another go. One more time for a good measure. I'm gonna do it again, but with a different kind of airbrush. Because every time you do it, it's gonna look a little different. So I'm gonna do it one more time with a different airbrush. And I also think that this might be the airbrush that I actually used with my sketch. So I might be better at this one. Or I might be better at making this one look good. Okay, now we go here. Oh. I like that this airbrush is very large. So you can do like super big and super soft strokes. Let me see if... I liked how I made it in the sketch where the pink is kind of darker at the bottom. I think it provides like a nice separation between where the coat ends and like the legs. So let's try and keep that. Duplicate the layer. Duplicate the layer and just like emphasize the pink at the bottom. And then I'm gonna merge it back together. Remember to merge things at 100% opacity. If you're ever merging two sheer layers together, you need to make sure that they're 100% opacity again, or else if I have like... Here, I'll do this example. If I have these two sheer layers, and so you can see them better, I'll set them to multiply. But if I have these two sheer layers and I merge them without setting them to 100% opacity, this becomes the maximum opacity that you can have. So at least if you're doing something like I was, where you have it be like, they're kind of not fully opaque layers. What I had earlier was I had two layers like this. And I wanted to make, like, have the ability to make them stronger. So, like, at will. So I merged them like this, and then you can turn the opacity back down. Yeah, mini color treatment lesson. I've been binging all the first episodes of romance animes this season while I unpack. I'm gonna be so giddy this season. Every romance, I feel like we're in the... I know that we kind of had a shoujo renaissance a while back. Not saying that a lot, I think a lot of the romance series that are out now are not necessarily shoujo, but they're still, you know, it's still romance anime. And I think there are some good things in store. So I for one am excited to see what they cook. Let me see. I'm trying to get a good look at the glasses here. All right, let's go. I'm not sure if this is the best way to render the glasses, but it's a start. No, I don't like that currently. We're gonna come back to the glasses. We're trying to render too soon. Unfortunately, patience is an important game when it comes to coloring. Patience is very key to all of this. Okay. Let's go in and... Actually, something I should do, I should have been doing, is checking checking what the colors are for this without any special effects. I should be doing that because some of these effects are applied at the very end. So if I just do this, no special effects, I should be able to see what colors I used as a base for my sketch too. Ah, see how helpful that is? It's like, this is like after all the bells and whistles. This is before it. So actually this is the true skin tone that I used. Drop that in. Oh, I had the layer on so I couldn't see it properly. Okay, so the pink I used is a lot softer, but all I think that means is we can like lower this a little bit. Just lower how, make it more sheer. Okay, I won't worry too much about the details because we are going to continue base coloring. Okay, and then this is the version of it without, okay, without the... All right, so we've set up our character color. Now we must color in our little guy. Oh my goodness. It's a flower friend. My favorite mascot ever. I am unbiased. Hello, Miss Mintmai. Hi, Julie. Hello. I've been so I've been so sat and excited about Sugi Aoki cosplay at Oshi Uplink. Hee hee. I'm very excited. There's absolutely, I say I'm very excited with no pressure whatsoever, but it's just you're doing such a cute Sugi cosplay. I'm normal about it. That's my Sugi Aoki. Oh my gosh. I really appreciate it. I think that cosplay, like whether it's like cosplay or fan art or fan made, like comics, music, like everything, there's so much love that gets put into these crafts that I feel like it has to be highlighted, and you know, you will never be overpraised. Well, I was just saying. I was just throwing that in there like an Easter egg. My Sugi, like an Easter egg, you know? For the knowers. For the possessive, no. Although she does like that. Because I only say that because she literally played one of my favorite games very recently. She saw that I tucks my hair behind my ear. She saw that I tweeted about Bad in Theater and loving Bad in Theater because I was watching Malin play it, and then Sugi messaged me. It was also like, I saw you tweet about Bad in Theater. I've been wanting to play it myself for quite some time, and I was like, please, and she was like, okay, I'll play it this week, and I was like, she loves me. Makes it sound like she's in a digital pet game like a Tomodachi. Oh my gosh, I almost said Tomodachi. You meant like a Tomogachi. But all I'm thinking about is Tomodachi because of Tomodachi Life, which I get to play the day after tomorrow because I finally, you know, downloaded the demo and I'm so ready. And if I make Sugi on Tomodachi, I think for the demo, I'm not gonna make any of my friends yet because you can only have like 3 Miis. And in fact, a lot of people were saying like, don't make the 3rd Mii, or like be really careful about making a 3rd Mii, and I was like, what? But it's like, you know the drill. It's cause the demo ends if you keep playing to a certain point. And then that's really sad, but at least the full game is coming out the week after. Like, the full game comes out on the 16th. It comes out in a week. Just a week away. So, you know, I'm ready. And I keep trying to, like, gaslight myself into not... I keep trying to gaslight myself into not getting a Switch 2. Because I literally should not. But then occasionally I see like these like articles and things pop up where they're like, the Switch 2 will eventually have to get a price raise because of like the hardware is like expensive or something. And I was like, so I'm supposed to get it now, aren't I? And also I did really good. And then I pay. I can't keep using the same joke, but I'm like, I can't, you know, I did really good and I did my taxes yesterday. So like, you know, like I think I like should, you know, I should. Yeah, I think, you know, the interesting thing is I think people as a whole like do not want Gen AI in their products. And things like, yeah, it's making some stuff, it's making some tech things more expensive because it's like they're taking the resources. I know it's a bit more complex than that, but what I mean is like I don't think the average person wants to be given something and with, you know, that. It's just I need the businesses to start, I need companies to start being like, ooh, this is actually not a cost-cutting measure and, you know, no one wants this. I need them to get on with that. I need them to realize that all it does is it's going to suck up money and resources while also hurting other things that have actual value. So, fingers crossed, yeah. But regardless, that tangent aside, I think I need a Switch 2. Beautiful women who do their taxes are allowed to get a Switch 2 as a little treat. Nani actually commented on my tweet when I was like... I don't even think I want to voice act the second part of the tweet, but I was like, I literally was slouched over in my chair as I wrote the tweet. Like, my back was on the butt part of the chair, and like my neck was like bent in a way that necks should never be bent. But you know when you like slide down in your chair in like utter defeat? I did that and I was like, I feel like writing a tweet about how I feel right now. And I said, I put on my big girl pants today, I paid my taxes and did major work. I think I deserve a Switch 2. And then to that I responded, I'm an exhausted little baker, you have to heal me. You have to use your Switch 2. And then I got scared because I was like, I haven't referenced that meme on stream in a really long time personally. And so I was like, what if no one knows or gaff what I'm talking about? Like, what if no one knows and they just think I'm like saying that? And I got a little bit scared. I knew that any like ichis in chat, like anyone that's watched Maya would know what that meme is. But even then, it's been a really long time since I've referenced it, so I didn't want to just assume that people knew. So I was like, just in case, I'll put a disclaimer. Usually, I think it's better to just let a joke sit and like not explain. But sometimes my brain gets to me and I'm like, no, actually, I want to explain this one. Or at least I want to say that this one's a reference, because I would not type this without context, you know. I would never. Pretends not to know what she's talking about. Yeah, like why is Mintmai groaning like that? Like damn. I mean, like all that for a Switch 2. Sometimes the tone indicator changes how the joke lands entirely. Yeah, that's why I feel like if I ever do add a tone indicator, I need to at least somehow make like the or if I put a disclaimer on a bit, I feel like I at least have to write it in a way that's a little bit funny. You know? I have to write it in a way that's just like a little bit cheekier or something like that. I'm no comedian. I'm really like actually wholeheartedly like I don't think I'm a comedian. I never thought I was a comedian. I'm scared. But I do think, I don't know, things that I find funny, they're just funny. And I've stopped overthinking them like I used to when I was a young baker. I would overthink what I thought was funny and was like, oh, is this like actually funny? Is this actually funny to anyone else? And then I'd be like all really sad about it. And then sometimes if I did try to make a joke, it would absolutely land absolutely horribly at the function. Or like, I think I would deliver things in a way. This was just me in like university growing pains. I think sometimes I would like try to make a joke, but I think I just sounded like so serious that sometimes the response to it would just be like, oh, that's interesting. And I'd be like, oh, I should never speak again. Cause I would accidentally just, I don't know. I don't think my tone is very serious, but I think I was a little different. I think sometimes to grow is to change, you know? And for me to allow myself to like fully embrace my humor, I had to, one, get over the fact that you are just gonna embarrass yourself. So, like, you will embarrass yourself sometimes. I had to get over that. And then I also just had to come, like, I think I just needed to feel confident about the fact that not everyone shares the same sense of humor. Because I think there's plenty of like humor that I don't necessarily vibe with, right? So like, why shouldn't I give myself the same leeway of like, oh, like maybe I just don't vibe with it and that's okay. And maybe someone else doesn't vibe with my sense of humor and that's still okay. I was like, oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, it's like sometimes, you know, sometimes it's not like the humor just doesn't land. And I do think that we end up being so much harder on ourselves about it. Cause it's like, I don't think most people will remember like, oh, that one time that you tried to make a joke and it wasn't funny. Like people don't remember, people don't remember jokes that they find unfunny. This is another thing. I think everyone is really busy caring about themselves and their life, and they're not gonna remember like a joke that they didn't find funny. And so why should I, the one that told a joke and I thought it was like so hilarious but didn't deliver well, like why am I the one staying up at night about it? If I forget it, like the joke dies with me. Like the joke dies with me, you know? It's like my bloodline ends with me. Like I don't know. And the worst thing of all is, I do think because I used to feel too affected by like wanting to seem like someone I wasn't. I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but it's more just like, you know, more of a people pleaser, like knee-jerk habit where I'm like, oh my gosh, I want them to like me. Like I want to be like likable. And like, that's obvious, of course. And the, you know, there were people that like genuinely appreciated my presence, and that, you know, there were people that just didn't, and like, that's okay. That's okay. I think a long time ago, and maybe even more recently, I brought up like there are times when people will actually just like also dislike you because they think that you're, in air quotes, like too nice. And then they'll assume that you're not being like genuine about it, and like that's scary. But I think that to ignore that and just be yourself is the best thing you can do for yourself. What about dad jokes? Dad jokes hit. I don't care what anyone else says. I think that dad jokes are great. I like them. 10 out of 10, no notes. A good dad joke makes my sides cramp a little. I've laughed pretty hard. Oh, you know, I've got a maybe a joke that's kind of relative to the times. Relevant to like cool space. I have a space themed joke. Would you like to hear my space themed joke? What does NASA do when there's a party? They plan it. And the crowd goes mild. Oh, I like it. Yeah. That's a personal favorite. It's like a good pun is a good pun and nothing can change that. You know, if it's solid, it's solid. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell ya. That made me chuckle. But only because I like the delivery. Oh. So you're complimenting me, is what you're saying. You think that perhaps the script was not so funny. I actually had that one in my own arsenal. I didn't search that up. Though I do think I saw it somewhere, which is what first, like, initially inspired my memory of it, but what I mean to say is, you're complimenting the comedian, not the joke. I started rendering that cherry too much. Wait. It's melon soda with whipped cream, so why did I render... why did I render the top of the soda like you can see it? Oh, I'm so silly. Oh, I am silly. I forgot. I forgot that you don't. 'Cause the... Okay. This is why we do rendering later. This is why we do rendering all at once when I'm in rendering brain mode, because I do love rendering. And I love details, but otherwise stuff like this happens. It's supposed to be like, you know, the whipped cream is sitting atop, or like the ice cream is sitting atop the float. So if anything, the colors would be more like this, instead of it being darker on the top. Yeah, it's true. I'm also under the impression that you can make most decent dad jokes like work really well. Again, I think like also just the definition of a decent dad joke is like something that's just got a real clever punchline. Or just a pun that really works. I think that's all you need. We don't need to be overcomplicating the dad joke economy. I also think that like, hi hungry, I'm dad will never get... It'll never get old for me. I'm hungry, hi hungry, I'm dad. Like that? I don't know. I would use that. I would use that on a child. Especially if they're like just complaining. But I guess you can't really ignore them if they're genuinely just like, I'm like, mother, I hunger. You can't really just disregard that, but what I mean is there's some fun to be had there. You can say it ironically and still get a reaction. Exactly. I think there are like many jokes out there that exist just to elicit a reaction like out of people. Including ones that people consider like brain rot, right? Like 6-7 is only funny because it elicits a reaction out of people. Exactly. Yeah. Like I think genuinely the best recent example of it is 6-7 because inherently it's meaningless and it's like, yeah, that's cool. I think that jokes like with no meaning are fine. It can just be what it is. It's the idea behind it is just like, oh, if you know, you know. That's the idea behind a joke like 6-7, where it's just like if you know that it's a meme, you know that it's a meme, and like that's what makes it funny. It's just a reference. But at first I was like, okay, I can totally see why it can get very annoying, especially if it's like not the appropriate environment to be 6-7ing. Like, you know, it's gonna get really old in like an elementary school math classroom, you know? But I do think that there's something to be said about like, I guess maybe it'll be giving it too much credit if I say like a level of unity. But I do think there's something to be said. Just about it being used so much to like make someone angry. If you think about it, all 6-7 is an assessment of the giver and the receiver of the action of 6-7ing. You know, I'm not gonna. I could break this down, but I shouldn't. I shouldn't, because this is not a channel in which I think I happen to be someone that just doesn't really. I don't really 6-7. The hand motion is silly though. But it's not really like something that I do. Cause I align it with just the idea of like, it's more silly and harmless and whimsical than this, but it's like, it's kind of just the meme version of rage bait. Like you're only saying that because you want someone to groan in response half the time. At least when I've witnessed it, like it's used in a way to like get someone to go like, ah. I believe me joining at this time was faded. Oh, Sugi! Sugi Aoki. Can I say Sugi Aoki while doing the hand motion? Like, am I allowed to do that? Because it works with your name perfectly. It's like the same amount of syllables. Sugi Aoki. As I wiggle my hands. Sugi did show me some of the whimsy of 6-7, where it's like, yeah, it's harmless. It's fine, you know? But, you know, sometimes it is really just time and place, but you can say that about any joke, like not just with 6-7. I believe there's a syllable count mismatch, really? 6-7. Sugi Aoki. Oh, I guess I say Sugi in the same breath as I would say 6. You have so much personal bias, I could physically see it. What do you mean I have so much personal bias? Two types of quality jokes, the instant hit with laughter and the going on a 2-hour tangent to circle back to deliver the intended punchline. Does Mintmai work? Mintmai. Oh gosh. No. No. I unironically probably don't want to hear people say my name like that. My problem with that is I think it only further drives the misconception that my name is 2 names and not 1 name. That it's like 2 separate words. Do not divorce the mint part of my name from the my part of my name. The mint part of my name is a nickname, and the my part of my name is the rest of my first name. The reason why it's not a name is because it wasn't until I was born. You know? Again, I'm not very picky about it, so I don't want to be really like, say my name properly. I'm not really, I don't vibe with that energy, but it's more so like, I do see it like with the space sometimes. And it makes it harder for me to stalk your tweets if you do that, so disappointing. Actually, funny enough, that would be like the easiest ego-sa protection. If you wrote mintmaiLIVE when talking about something I do or something about me, if you put mintmaiLIVE, like I will never find it. But then that also brings the problem of if someone sees that and thinks my name is actually mintmaiLIVE and not just mintmai, then it would continue the ongoing tradition of misconception. Don't do it, it's a trap. It's not a trap. What do you mean? Whatever do you possibly mean it's a trap? Also, by the way, Solemn, I must say, I greatly appreciate your commitment to eating bagels with merch of me in hand. I greatly appreciate the efforts to consistently get bagels. You know? Just so you know. Just so you know, like I continue to suffer with my shortage of bagel. But you know, it's fine, because I guess I can live vicariously. I try whenever I'm in New York. I'm glad that I'm also simultaneously your excuse to treat yourself to a bagel. That makes me happy. Because you should eat a bagel. You get a bagel, and you get a bagel. And you get a bagel. Everyone should be able to treat themselves to a delicious New York bagel. I don't make the rules, but if it comes to bagels, maybe I make a little bit of the rules. It's just very important to me. It's imperative that the people of the world can have delicious bagel. Especially with lox and cream cheese. I'm sending you bagels in spirit. Thank you. It means more to me than you know. The bagel. The delicious bagel. Ooh. Man. I think I should get a bagel. I think I should get a bagel after stream. I haven't gotten a bagel in so long. The last time I got a bagel, it was my reward for like going to the doctor. For dragging myself to the doctors, and as you know, that's a big deal. That's a big deal for someone like me that puts off booking appointments for months at a time, but I should probably stop doing that and I should lock in. And I have been being better about being on top of all that important stuff. But, you know, I let time slip me by sometimes. You know what? You should get a bagel for finishing taxes. You're so smart. I haven't gotten a tax bagel yet. Yes. I should also... Wait, hold on. Do I get like 45 bagel sandwiches or switch 2? And think of it like the marshmallow problem. I can spread out the bagel sandwiches like into like the course of over many months. I think you should get the Switch 2 and Pocopia and a bagel and maybe a house with me. Do you come along with the, like, by with me you mean like you come along with the package? It's like a set deal. Sugi, I'll have you know, earlier they were not fully clowning me, but like I know what you are-ing me. Because I called you my Sugi. But then I told them... I realized I never even like finished that thought fully. Classic Mintmai while drawing brain. But it's because you're playing bad in theater. And so when they were like being possessive Mintmai, I was like, but Sugi would like that, no? She would approve, no? Please confirm or deny. Y/N, but like as in yes or no. Do you agree with my assessment? Literally her head is in the clouds. Hey, I'm just trying to paint some cute clouds. I'm just trying to paint some cute clouds here. I think like Steven Universe rewrote my brain into like how I should draw clouds sometimes. Because you literally just have to start with cute round shapes and you can either leave it like that or adjust it later. With like blurring and things like that. But like, thank you Steven Universe background art for my life. Because I do think I learned a lot from them specifically. Let's actually hide the character layer for now. So I can see what I'm, or like at least the color, so I can see what I'm doing. Me when I went on a tangent about possessiveness being bad, but yes, go on. If it's you, it's okay. I know you went on the tangent, but it's like, you know, in the context of we actually know each other, and we both would not actually get jealous under any circumstances, then you can be a little possessive, like as a treat. Like as a treat, you know? I think it's cute when people are possessive in like a harmless way. Like how would I even go about that? Explaining my thought process there. It's like if you know each other well enough. You know? Whether it be with friends or partners, I wonder if it's just like a playful possessive. I'm just thinking as I draw some beach waves. I'm just blocking them in, but it's gonna look a little bit janky. It's not gonna look, she's not gonna look cute yet. You have to give it some time. She's not gonna look cute for a hot minute, this background. I think with backgrounds, I really have to just like trust the dang process. Because I don't draw backgrounds much, but I want to. So with enough extensive studying, it's possible. I think I'll go ahead and like clean up the background a little too. I'll do a little bit. I'll make sure it goes in a little bit further, because then I think when you do stuff like this and you have the background actually go in a little further, it helps if you want to like scoot the character around in case. I'm not gonna actually render anything that's behind her necessarily, but this is looking promising. I'm like, grr, my wife. I get a little possessive with characters too. Sorry, let me respond to something really quick. I just want to check. Yeah. Sorry, my friend's messaging me about something. I have to respond to 2 messages. Just because I don't usually respond to messages on stream, but sometimes I feel like it's a matter of like timeliness. Yeah. Ooh, look at how cute and sparkly it's already looking. Let's see. Okay, got this. I look like your old kindergarten teacher. You remember what your kindergarten teacher looks like? Wait, I'm trying to remember what my kindergarten teacher looks like. I'm a baker, though. Sorry for a little moment of silence. Okay, I go back to drawing. Sometimes I see messages and I'm like, oh, I already opened it, and I'm like, oh, if I don't respond now, I'm gonna leave it hanging there. And I also got a message about like little work stuff, so I needed to get to that. Yippee! Okay, let's see. Let's get a little ombre on that ocean. I think the water doesn't really start to glow until you do like... It doesn't really start to glow until you start adding all the sparkly details in. Wait, let me... I think it needs to be like this. Start at the very bottom, and then I blur it. Yeah. Give the ocean a little glow that it deserves. And then... Not all silence is bad. Not all action needs a reaction. Wow, that's so philosophical. Honey lemon pie does sound really good. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see. Oh, I colored this flower friend here. I think I'll do the background flower friends in the same folder. Yeah. Do-do-do-do. Oh, I should probably let me make a folder for background in general. There we go. I'll probably name all these layers later. I just want to focus on doing the drawing part on stream. I typically don't name folders, but once there gets to be like a lot of different moving parts, especially because this piece is a lot more detailed, then yeah, I start naming stuff. Dun, 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 dun. Look at this little guy. Look at this little flower friend. She's so happy. In her little swim ring. I wanted to make the eyes a little more clear. Okay. We're making good progress today. I'm not even going to lie though, guys. I'm extremely ecstatically? Oh gosh, I need to speak. I'm ecstatic for Tomodachi Life. I'm thinking about it already. Tomorrow I have to lock in. I have to lock in really hard, but then the day after, we will be making Mintmai. And that's mint with 2 eyes, okay? Mintmai. She's me. Extremely ecstatic would be correct. I just have seen so many fun things regarding Tomodachi Life and the stuff you can do. And like when you try and feed them and they reach for the food, like I'm gonna have really intense cuteness aggression. I already know it. I also have a bunch of like their tutorials that I downloaded for how to make the Miis look like, how to make the Miis have like a chibi anime style kind of, but still emote. I want to try making a Mii like that. I do think my heart has a soft spot for like the very traditional looking Miis. But I also want to embrace all of the potential customization that there is specifically with the new series. So I guess I'm going into it like I'm really excited to see what features they've added, I suppose. Because I'm so used, you know how Mii's is like always the same hairstyles, the same eyes and things like that. So I'm excited to see what they do. Ready to meet Mintmai. I hear the customization is good. That is precisely why I'm so excited. And you can like draw. I guess they call it face paint. But I've seen people draw really, or like do really cool stuff with the face paint where you can kind of adjust the bangs. Like in accordance with the face paint. You can basically give your character whatever, like at least front bangs, you can really customize it. Okay, let's do our best with this beach towel here. Okay. Let's see. Bum bum. Doo-doo. I feel so zen right now. Is it because we're drawing together? I feel so like calm and cozy. Oh my goodness, now that I have the background dropped in, I did not realize that I hadn't had the other jacket. I didn't draw the other part of the jacket yet. But this is good because I actually think I want to draw it a little bit differently now. I think it should be like... like a little folded on itself. Maybe that's too complicated. I don't need to make it look too detailed. I think I just wanted the idea that like there is jacket draped on the other side. So I'll make it more subtle, and then let's put this in the jacket layer. Yeah. Okay, this is the color to use. And then we go here. There we go. That's all it takes. Okay, wow! We are making progress. Like, actually making some progress. But I also need to get these trees in. I haven't done our foreground. I think all this background stuff, like making it look nice, is gonna be my personal biggest struggle. But I think it'd be okay if I just like study up a little more. I have a lot of art books that I like too that have like plants and things, or just like anime style art with plants. I think I haven't drawn a lot of foliage though, so I need to develop my own way of drawing them. That's kind of the catch. Okay, let's do this side. This. Okay. And oh, I almost forgot to have the little boat there too. Let's do that. Okay, here we go. Extremely ecstatic would be correct. I read that earlier. Oops. My brain is looping. By the way, if I ban you from my chat, it's because I think, you know, I've been a little bit more firm about this lately, but if I suspect that you might be possibly too young to appropriately watch my content, I think, you know, I consider myself, again, quite family friendly, but I need to be a bit stricter about it because I believe in practicing internet safety. But also, if you try and ban evade by making an alt account, I will find out. But yeah, no hard feelings. Just please, you know, be respectful of spaces and also just like, internet safety for you and for everyone. Rule following, non. I mean, I do have the rules written in the chat, and I think a lot of them are a lot of my personal chat rules are very like common sense mentioned, but again, what common sense is also it can also be subjective. So like from person to person. So I want to be understanding of that, but there are some things where I don't want to like pause the whole stream to like explain to someone why certain behavior is not appropriate, or like why repetitively bringing up something that's unrelated to the stream is not appropriate, or just if you're giving like major, like you're like, you know, I think there needs to be spaces online for kids that are safe, and unfortunately I just worry that even if my content is pretty family friendly, I still am like a teen rated channel, like teen plus. The way you colored the clouds is so pretty. Thank you. Yeah. But I think a pretty big thing, and this goes for me and other streamers too, like I know my friends and their preferences as well. I think this pretty much goes for any VTuber when I say like a pretty big thing is, regardless of who you're watching, it's generally considered not good to continuously bring up like another content creator like in their live chat. And so I know for a fact that my friends don't want to be brought up out of like off topic constantly in my chat, and I also really don't want anyone to be bringing me up in other people's chats. So that's in my rules. It's just very much a matter of like respecting the space that you're in, because it's like, you know, me and my friends, we all love each other very much, but even if it's like a content creator I don't necessarily know super well too, it's like I don't want to be. I'm always happy when people see bread and stuff and they're like, Mintmai mention. But for example, I think you already know instinctually that it's not appropriate when someone else is just like talking about bread on stream to be like, oh my gosh, did you know that Mintmai likes bread? Like, I think that would be me. Like, I wouldn't want them to feel like awkward. And I also don't want to impose on their space like that. So it's very much like a don't name drop or bring up anyone unless the streamer talks about them first. I think that's the golden rule when it comes to chatting about, I think, other streamers in chats. And even then, just because they bring up someone else once doesn't give you a green light to like keep talking about a different person for longer. I'm personally, it's not that I feel super affected by it or anything. Like, I don't actually feel very impacted by it as the streamer. If I see someone else's name in chat, most of the time, like, I don't mind. But when I say I don't mind, it's more like I let it slide until it becomes like a repetitive thing. Because then it's just a little bit distracting. And it's like, well, we're here right now for each other. So yeah, very, very context-based. But that's also why I think sometimes I don't want to be too harsh on people that I am... Like, I don't want to be too harsh on people that might not really know that etiquette. At the same time, you gotta put your foot down sometimes. Because I think I used to be worse at that. I used to be worse at putting my foot down. Especially about these things, which I think... I think it's good to just not tolerate it. And I mean that in like a neutral and loving way. Not like a mean or malicious way. But it's just like... Chat etiquette is something that you can learn. But I might not be the right place or the right person to walk you through. Or like to hold your hand through that. Especially, again, if I suspect that someone's like a younger kid. Unfortunately, one, I cannot give you the attention that you might want in this space. And two, I worry about your internet safety, so please. There are places. It's hard because I would want to redirect you somewhere that is appropriate. Like a space where it is appropriate for you to engage. But I think as like when you're kids, at least for me, it's like you're learning about the world around you, and the internet is not a good place to do that. And I genuinely mean that. It's like the spaces where you should feel accepted, like even if everyone has a different situation at home, right? Like I would hope that as kids you slowly grow and develop in real life spaces like school or after school and things like that. And I'm not trying to infantilize anyone, again, because sometimes it is purely a guess, but other times you can really tell based off of how people write and in your chat. And also sometimes if I really feel like playing it safe, I quickly peek at the YouTube profile, and it can be obvious. Like I have seen YouTube channels that pop into my chat before where it's like their channel is like definitely run by a kid. It's like Roblox videos, but not Roblox, like obviously not Roblox videos that are structured or titled in a way that someone over the age of like 15 would do it. So I'm talking about like, I don't know, it's so hard though, because I do think that maturity is something that is taught and experienced, and unfortunately not everyone gets the same experience with that. So I personally feel like I want to try my best to avoid feeling like, well, this is just plain common sense, because it's not going to be common sense to everyone. And I think that that's something that you just gotta respect in a world with different people. It's like some things that are so common sense and plain as day to me just are not going to be that to someone that grew up in a really different environment and grew up with like really different people. And I think it's like a practice to, I guess, I do think that patience is learned, you know? I think that patience is learned. And it's just one of those things. So yeah, I don't want to go on like too many tangents, or like I feel like sometimes I'm like, oh no, if I'm just banning them from my chat, like am I being mean? But I'm like, no, it doesn't make sense to keep holding them here without, I guess it's like you have two options. You either explain in great detail and just hope that the other party understands what might be inappropriate or just like not typical, I guess, not etiquette, not good etiquette. You can do that, or you can just temporarily just like, you know, ban and move on. And I think that there's just a balance to that. What behavior you want to sort of like, what can you feel like is okay to just harbor for a little bit versus stuff that is like instantly like, no. I think it just depends. It depends on the person. So I think like every streamer is going to treat it a little differently. Every content creator is going to treat it a little differently. But for now, for me, I'm figuring out my own solution. We always welcome new faces in the bakery. But again, I do think chat etiquette is also important. And I know chat etiquette changes from streamer to streamer, so I'm sorry if it's ever confusing. Yeah. Some people do assume, I think it's just, how do I explain this? It's almost like the easy thing to think. It's almost too easy to think to yourself, but this person must definitely already know this by now. I guess in my head I'm like, that is the way that your brain like naturally wants to think of other human beings. Because it's hard to really truly, I think this is kind of deeper than I expected it to be, but it can be difficult to deeply, and I know people say the word empathy all the time, right? But like what empathy, the definition of the word and what it really means to me is like, sympathy is you've been there before and you can see it so you can sympathize. But empathy is basically feeling for and understanding something that you have never experienced and do not truly deeply understand, but you can imagine, basically. But I do think that it can be very difficult. Empathy is something that is taught and learned, as opposed to, I think in a lot of ways it might not come like so naturally to everyone. But I do think that it can be learned. It can be learned, but then at that point it's like you're putting your brain through a training arc, which everyone should do. But I think it's just such a human thing to be like, you think differently from how I do, and that disturbs me. That's a very human thing. It's like, you and I are not the same. Wait. Because as much as everyone goes like, oh, everyone's different, everyone's a unique and beautiful butterfly, it's like, honestly, somewhere in there, you have to admit that every human being wants to be around like-minded people to some extent. And then it becomes like a, you know, then it becomes kind of hard to get along sometimes if you're not open to the fact that like there's just gonna be different people. People are just gonna be different, and you can just, you know, everyone can have their own take on how they want to walk through the world and how they want to experience it. But like in your average day-to-day life, right? You go grocery shopping, you go to work, you do these things. The world is going to be full of people that are thinking different thoughts from you and have lived different lives. Like, the people around you, they're going to be like having just a completely different perspective as you sometimes. And I think that in some way or another, it would be good to embrace that. Embrace it, and then if there's anything where it's just like, you know, you want to share like a perspective that you find very important, let's say, I think that also takes like practice and patience. To both share the different perspective and also for the person on the receiving end to truly absorb it. I think that that's kind of like another hurdle of mankind. I know I'm getting all deep for no reason, but like that's just life though. I think when I was younger, I would be a lot more frustrated. I would allow myself to get more worked up when people didn't see my perspective, and I thought like, but this is just really common sense. I think that I would get more worked up. I think I have an example about this. I was young, and I was arguing with my mom about what is recyclable and what is not. And I was getting really heated because I'm like, it is obvious that you cannot recycle this. But then, like, you know, you have to take a step back, and I have to remember that my mom did not grow up in a society that even had recycling as an option. This is something that she had to learn later, and learning things is quite literally physically more difficult as you age. And I don't mean that in like a negative way. It's just like quite simply like the memorization of what is or what isn't this or that, like that memorization, it's not gonna come as common sense for people that have lived most of their life without this system in place. But I was young, and I was getting really, like, I was just like, this is absolutely correct. And she was like, what do you mean? Because she was also defending her like thought process, like her logic. And she was like, no, no, no. And I was like, this is painfully obviously recyclable. And she had to like look it up and like fact check it. And I was like, I don't want to say that I told you so. But again, I was young. And I don't think I was never a hot-headed teen, honestly. I was always the most, and sometimes this is something that backfires, but I was always treated as kind of the, like, the middle, not the middle ground, but like the peacemaker. Like the, okay guys, like let's calm down and let's talk this out. Like that was me. And I'm the youngest in the family. I'm the youngest in the family, and I would be like that person. And there are times when other people get so heated, and not in a negative way, like, you know, honestly, in my family we communicate, and it's and also, like, you know, me and my sister are like adults now, so but I do think that there's times when we were younger where my sister as a teen would butt heads with my mom a lot more than, for example, like my sister as a teen would butt heads with my mom a lot more than like I would, for example, as a teen. But also because like I can kind of learn from her example, if that makes sense. But in a lot of ways, my sister butt heads with my mom more intensely than I ever did. And then I think sometimes if they would be getting into a disagreement, I would try and like, you know, sometimes I'd be like, oh, you know, let's all hold hands and say kumbaya. Because I'm like, because I'm just like, I just want them to make up, you know, like already, like, or I just want them to stop like debating whatever it is in the moment. And I'm just like trying to see both sides and being like, oh, like I'm acting like a jury that no one asked for. How's that? And there are times when if you do that, you're basically inserting yourself into the argument. And then to that end, you might get met with like, you know, this technically doesn't even involve you. So stop like capping our feelings, basically. Because I think I realized later that sometimes when people are arguing, it's because tensions are high, right? You're feeling things. But if you're just having a debate that's like relatively harmless and you'll just make up later, like it's fine to let that be sometimes, you know? Or like it's almost better, I would argue many times, to let people talk it out amongst themselves, because then they can learn more about their communication style or like what really actually upset them and things like that. But I used to just have such a like a very starry-eyed perspective on communication and like things like that, and I was like, oh, but like anyone can get along as long as it's like, you know, like with these 5 easy steps. But that can be not the right action to take in the moment. Bum, bum, bum. But yeah, like facts and logic sometimes, it's not, you know, people are people, they're gonna have feelings, and feelings are not facts and logic. So... I'm thinking... I want these hair highlights to feel very jelly-like. Also, while I was going on that total tangent, you might notice I changed the hair color, even though, because my hair color is darker than this, as you can tell. But I think for the sake of the whole piece, I have to consider like the color palette of it all. So I allowed myself just kind of to play in a different color palette. And I think it's turning out better already, like... Lighting, yeah? Not even just lighting, it's like the environment you're in like will make the colors on a character completely different. And so like with this like sunset lighting, my hair wouldn't be as dark as I draw it in like a normal average room lighting. And also because I have been trying to like follow this thumbnail. Not with great precision, but I do think that it looks a little bit softer. And I actually need to go back in and fix the eyes to make them look softer. This is also something that people do with filters sometimes at the end. But I find myself more interested in like trying to make it work as I go. So what I'm actually trying to do is like make all the eyes lighter, but I think the eyes, I made them look really nice. So it's hard for me to imagine making them lighter. However, let's just give it a try. Let's give it a try if we make literally everything a little bit lighter. So if we do this and then make this lighter and even like saturate it a little bit more for that, it's like very summer. So if I make it like a brighter orange at the ends, maybe it'll look nice. Let's make this brighter. This program is called Procreate. It is a drawing program on the iPad. This is like my personal favorite and main program to use. Ooh, it's happening, it's happening. I'm seeing the... You see how much softer that is now? We could compare it to what it was before. It was more like that, but I can still adjust it a little bit for parts that I genuinely want to be darker. Oh, I like the seashell earring. Thank you. Yeah. And I'm mostly self-taught, but then I also went into like art education. Yeah. Or like I went to a school that taught me how to draw even better than I was already learning. So I think it's a combination of those things. But at least like my anime art style, which you are witnessing right now, that is one that I've just learned over time because I love to draw. But yeah, the eyes look a lot softer and dreamier now, so I like that. Oops. I might even make them a little bit lighter. I think that works really well. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna have to work on the background. You're gonna have to start tackling the background. I feel like I'm getting interviewed with the questions. I have a question for you in return. Please don't take this the wrong way. I have reasons for my assumptions. But as a result of your sudden and timely appearance, are you an alt account of the person that I banned earlier? If you are genuinely not, I'm sorry. But also you could easily not lie and say no, but you know, I have reason to suspect. I haven't experienced too much ban evasion on YouTube. I have an alt, but this is the first time I visited your stream. I see. Welcome, welcome. I know that the channel wasn't made new. But... Sorry for the interview-like questions. No, it's okay. I'm sorry, I just have genuine reason to suspect that you're the same person. I'll give it a second, though. I'm not... Sometimes it's less obvious than other times. But I need to go back to drawing as I was. Excuse me, my friends. I am learning my way through this. Boop, 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 boop. I think for this hair, I'll start painting it with like a little blending brush first. Little hair highlights. We did finish the base coloring today, though, which was my goal. Yippee! So we've got one big, one big task done. I feel like this piece in particular, I don't know if it'll take another stream or I'll just like... I definitely want to do like a fun... I feel like rendering and finishing touches is such like a fun part of the process. So I'd like to do another stream for this art, but also background art, like tackling the background art, I might need to do in my own time. I don't know if I'll get much time for it, but whether it happens on or off stream, I guess you'll just have to find out. It looks great so far, thank you! Ah. Thank you. I think, slowly but surely my art's been coming. I don't know if I'd be ambitious enough to say a long way, but it's come some way. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The question spam is just, again, confirming my suspicions. Please practice internet safety. And regardless of whether or not you're a kid, please heed caution when it comes to spamming streamers' chats and using alt accounts. It's looking cute right now, thank you! Yeah, I'm sorry, I feel like I need to just follow my instincts sometimes. I get cold feet. I get cold feet! Even though on Twitch I feel like I also banned quite a few people. That's just how it has to be in an online space. You gotta keep it... You gotta take charge of the space and keep it yours. But I do think I tend to be a little soft sometimes. It's my lack of experience. But I've gotten to a point where I'm like, well... I think I can save myself the explaining and just say, hey, it be like that sometimes, and end it there. No ill will, but just, I think it does come to a point where it's like, it does come to a point where I have reason to do what I do. Yeah, I want to keep this a comfy and cozy space for everyone. In whatever way I can. And that includes the fact that I think it should be adults and generally respectful etiquette. Sorry, I'm like so locking in on this part of the hair highlight. Wow, we did a lot today. Look at us go. Me drawing art and you beaming me with your powers that be. For every time you stare at me draw a line, I draw it a little bit better. Clap. Yay! That's the power of art streams. They motivate me to draw better. Let me look up what a boat looks like. Let me at least not be lazy with this boat here and draw an actual, like, a sailboat. I learned some things with background drawing today. Yeah, I think with background drawing, it's like sometimes less is more, at least to me. Sometimes less is more, and then aside from less is more, it's like the color matter. It's just color and composition matters more than like details. For example, I think having good contrast is nice. And when I see good contrast, I'll explain what I mean in a moment after I draw a boat. I looked up what a boat looks like, and the sails, they can be something like this. But again, it's in the distance, so it doesn't need to be super detailed. It doesn't need to be perfect. I just want it to be there and part of the environment. But yeah, I think a big thing is if you kind of like squint your eyes, or if I zoom in, or if I zoom out a lot, the color thumbnail was really helpful. The color thumbnail I left for myself. The version with and without the lighting, actually. So this is without the lighting and this is with the lighting. But even without the lighting, you can see pretty clearly I've split the canvas into 2 halves. I mean, typically, like, rule of thirds also. So my top third, things look nice in 3s. But, for example, my face, it's like art lesson time, yippee. So my face, if I split this canvas into thirds, that was very rough. But you see what I mean? If you split it into thirds, okay, it's like, oh, my head, the very important focal point of the artwork is my head, and so my head sits nicely on the third line vertically, and it's kind of like also horizontally on the third, but it's almost leaning towards the center, so it's got like, you know, there's our main subject, and then the rest of the body kind of forms a triangle down here. All right, and then for the other parts, it's like the top third, oh gosh, this looks very ugly. You have to forgive me. But the top third is sky. The middle third is like ocean. Ocean. And the bottom third is beach. But then you're like, wait, that's way too balanced. A third, and a third. Seal outline. Okay, but if you're like, wow, that's way too, you know, that's way too simplistic, then how about I break it down this way? So ignore the fact that the character's there. I could basically simplify my drawing down to this. Let me do it with bucket fill. This part is warm color. And this part is cool color. You see how that's like basically that's the most basic part of the illustration. And then if I take me and I insert us, the seal in there, I have a slight impression of my drawing there so I can see what I'm doing. So if I put me there, by the way, I'm wearing warm colors. I'm wearing like warm colors. I'm not gonna make this very detailed, but I'm wearing like a warm colored bikini. And I have like, you know, like brown hair. So now I've created kind of this situation. This is something that like I didn't even think about it super in depth when I was making the art, but the more you draw, the more natural it will become. So it's almost like if you follow this sort of like red line, like that's like the composition. Like this is like everything down here is warm colored and everything up here is more cool colored. So it separates my character from the background. You know, isn't it a lovely drawing? We did it. Mintmai summer illustration is done, but I can't forget you guys. I can't forget you, so I'll put you there too. Isn't it great? This is it. Honestly, it's looking very cute. But look, even from far away, it's like, is the color composition... You know, the colors, they're like working together. And also, if we want to get fancier, or if I want to get fancier with my explanation, you know, everything's very like heavy towards this half now that I have the flower friend. Everything's very heavy towards this half of the painting. So guess what? If you make the clouds a little fluffier on this side and a little thinner on that side, that's exactly what I did. Gasp. Gasps. That's like precisely what I did. Oh, and then if you want to go the extra mile, why not have the leaves that are closer to you? Because like the body's perspective, like she's, you know, like I have my torso closer and like the legs are shrinking farther in this drawing. So why not have the leaves that are closer to the side that's closer to you, like darker, so it makes them look closer, and then for balance, you have like a little bit on the other side. Whoa! It's like watching the Mona Lisa being painted. But you see how I've like broken this down in a way where it's like they're the same picture. One of them just has a little bit more detail. But effectively, to like a viewer eye, actually more so like effectively, no, now I'm trying too hard. Effectively to us as people viewing this painting, if you look at it purely from a compositional point, they're the same. All I did was make it look like sparkly and glowy, and add some details and small things that like add to the scene. So like the flower friends playing in the water and the boat in the back, like the little details like the soda and the sunglasses. The soda adds a little bit of pop of color like on the bottom half. If I take off my glasses, no. If you take off your glasses, this masterpiece will look like this. I think this is what the world looks like when I take off my glasses. Yeah. The world looks a little more like this if I don't have contacts or glasses in. Still looks good? Well, I'm glad to hear that. That means my art lesson is working. I can't wait to get this piece to the level of whimsy and, you know, nice glowing colors that I have in this version. I can't wait! But before then, let me finish coloring this boat. Alrighty. Wow! Boat. The boat is boating. But I won't leave it like that, because I think to really look like a boat, it can't just look like a flat, you know, just like a flat thing. So you have to add a little color to its sails, and I'll borrow some of the ocean color. I love how soft, round, one of these words is right, your art is. Oh, you have a very specific way of drawing faces and eyes I like. I'm so happy to hear that. I think my art style, it's like changed a lot over time. But one thing has stayed consistent, and that's the fact that I love to draw like... I love to draw the eyes kind of like long and like cheeks like softened and round. That is something that I personally just like to draw with anime women. And also, I have a very specific taste when it comes to drawing their stomachs, and no, I will not be taking any questions at this time. I think... And of course, I feel like you guys haven't been able to see like all of my different ways of drawing, of course, because I think I'd like to just draw anime. And I'm mostly just drawing myself, which is unfortunately still just like one type of like style, like fashion wise, and also just one type of character, like body type, everything. But I wish sometime I can show you more, you know? That's what fan art is for. But yeah, like I personally, when drawing myself, I have a certain way that I like to draw my like thighs, my legs, my body in general, that I think, you know, I feel it's cute, but it's mostly just like a mix of it being my tastes for how I want to draw myself, and also just feeling like I'm literally representing myself properly. Although I will say I'm always always flatter than how I draw myself. Because I can be a little bit self-indulgent sometimes, okay? I do believe that flat is justice. I think that women with flat chests are gorgeous. I am one. Okay. But forbid a baker, okay? Forbid me, a baker. Like, you know... Heavens forbid I like to draw soft curves, you know? And you can draw soft curves with flat chests too. And I actually do have some flat-chested art of myself. But while I would never, like, I personally am really happy with my, you know, I've grown to be just very happy and accepting of my body type in every way. Where it's like, that's not so easy to do when you're a teen. But I'm saying, like, I feel perfectly comfortable in my skin. But, like, please let me draw boobs. Like, please. please let me draw boobs, please. I just want to draw, like, a little bit. Like, just like a little bit. Like, that's not a sin, right? Like, please, just a bit, you know? Like, just, like, I swear, like, it's just, let me live the fantasy just for 2 seconds. Allow me to indulge in the technology of a push-up bra. I do like my flat chest, though. Again, I'm not trying to hyperfixate on my chest, but I'm saying I do like my flat chest. So sometimes I think, like, oh, like, I could draw it that way more. But, like, you know, what if I just... Please! What if I just like drawing? Like, what if I just... As someone that just, like, sees... I'm just a booba and tummy person, okay? Like, I just... If I exaggerate it on myself, it's because I'm trying to fulfill my vision, okay? I'm allowing the self-indulgent... Like, I'm an artist, so, like, I can stretch the truth just a little bit. And the only way I do that, like, the only thing, I think it's quite funny actually, which is why I make fun of myself for it. The only thing I change is the thighs and the boobs. I think eventually we may see me grow into... I don't know. I would like to say that every art I draw of myself, unless noted otherwise, is just canon. But you know what else is canon? The fact that, like, my body changes over time too, and so does yours, and that's a beautiful and great thing too. It's like in winter and in summer, I am not looking the same. Just saying. In winter, can I just say, like, this is a part of, like, being comfortable for me. In winter, my body hair is nobody's business because I'm wearing long sleeves and I'm bundled up, you know? And in general, I actually, like, never shaved until I found, like, a razor that I like to use. And I was like, oh, this is comfortable. I pretty much only shave for the reason of, like, comfort, because if it starts feeling itchy, you know, if any of the hair on my body starts feeling itchy, then I want it to go. Like, I like feeling smooth. I like feeling smooth. There are parts that I will absolutely never shave, though. Hashtag because it's a matter of principle. But I don't think we need to get into that. That's no one else's business. But I just made it everyone else's business by talking about it. But, you know, it's... Sometimes I just feel like oversharing, so, you know. I do think that they're... Like, when I say I shave, I mean quite literally... It's just my underarms and the hair on my forearms. Because naturally, I don't grow leg hair. And anyone and anywhere else, I think the hair stays. Just saying. It's a matter of principle. I stand on business. You can trim, don't shave. Trimming, over shaving for certain parts of your body. Oh, I do shave parts of my eyebrows too. How about hair for flower friends? Flower friends do not have hair, but they can do a little bit of a beauty routine if they wish to. I think the thing that, like, holds the flower together for flower friends, I know I said it was magic, hope, and whimsy, but it is also, like, to some extent, like, moisturizer, right? So I would like to think that a flower friend's, like, version of, like, tanning cream is like butter. You can slather on a little bit of butter and, like, lay in the sun, and it'll give you just a slight toast. But you guys are all-purpose flower buns. All-purpose flower buns. Bunnies. Please keep in mind that the flower in Flower Friends is raw. So please heed that. The flower in Flower Friends is raw and should not be consumed or anything of the sort. Oopsies. Here we go. A bit of caramelization, literally. Yeah, I would like to imagine a flower friend, like, laying down in the sun, like belly up, and there's just like one square of butter on your tummy. One square of butter on the flower friend tummy. Like, wouldn't that be just very cute? It would be cute. Trying to make this boat a little bit different from the waterline art. But we look so edible. Well, you could be edible. you could be. I'm not saying you're not edible, but like I would like to think that an edible flower friend alternative would be like marshmallow fluff. Cause you really do feel very marshmallow fluff. It is true that when I created flower friends, you know, they're made of all-purpose flour, but I do think that there's something about them that just feels like a very soft, like a Rice Krispie without the rice. Oh, marshmallow fluff, my beloved. I am devastated because I've only had marshmallow fluff once in my life. And I don't, like, I guess maybe I should just make it, but I guess for a long time, I didn't really think that marshmallow fluff is like different from just straight up marshmallow, but it is different. It's absolutely different. And I was like, I've gone my whole life without this. What am I to do with this forbidden knowledge now that I know that marshmallow fluff is delicious? What do I do? Marshmallow fluff? Yeah, it's like softer, like fluffier. Made with marshmallows, but it's almost more so treated like a topping. I think some places will have them like as a topping for like cupcakes or like an ice cream sundae topping, that kind of thing. I haven't had many ice cream sundaes in my life. I think any ice cream sundae I've had is like very, maybe this is how it's supposed to be anyways, but it's very DIY. And so I've also never had like a banana split before. I always thought that those were things that only existed in pictures. As a kid, you ever see photos of banana split and you're like, nah, that's not real. Ice cream doesn't look like that. It's like fantasy ice cream. It's not real. Like you can't actually buy it or eat it anywhere. Like it only exists for books. That's what I thought. And then I found out that they were real and I was like, huh. But then I still had no particular interest in eating them because honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of like banana with other things. Like I love banana bread and I love, maybe not love, love is a strong word for this. I do enjoy bananas on their own, but I don't like them with ice cream. They're not very pleasant with ice cream. Ooh, but with an acai bowl, bananas are good. Oh, I want an acai bowl. Oh my gosh. I caved and I got an acai bowl at the airport this one time and I think about it. I'm like, dang, that was a pretty good acai bowl. And it wasn't even overpriced for like being an airport acai bowl. I was like, wow. I feel like the idea of a banana being frozen makes my teeth hurt. You've never eaten frozen banana before? I have had just like plain frozen bananas before. If you freeze bananas and then you blend them in a food processor or blender with peanut butter, you can make DIY like banana peanut butter ice cream. We should start an acai bowl fund. Can I actually? I'm kidding. I don't even know when I would get one. I have not. So if you freeze, you have to slice them first. Freeze the frozen bananas and then slice them up and then put it with peanut butter like in the blender. And just straight up blend those frozen bananas with the peanut butter and you will have ice cream. Sometimes I snack on frozen banana when I make my fruit smoothie. Ah, I see. But it's like frozen banana itself is pretty hard to bite. I understand that. Blended frozen bananas are the base of vegan ice cream. I didn't know that. I thought that, I think it's because I've had tofu based ice cream before. It is vegan, but I also like the flavor. And also soy milk ice cream. Oh, soy milk soft serve. I had soy milk soft serve in Japan and I'm thinking about it. I think not everyone would like soy milk soft serve, but I like soy milk soft serve because I kind of like it when... Listen, I like creamy, smooth soft serve as much as the next person, but sometimes I honestly like it when it's a little bit, I like the soft serve when it's like a little icy. I like it when it's like a little bit watery and icy. Just like a little. And if you've ever been to like a soup plantation or Sweet Tomatoes, which like mostly existed on the West Coast before they then died, RIP, I miss you, my sweet love. But if you've ever had like certain, I guess I'll extend to say just like buffet food chains, they tend to have these like soft serve makers that I guess aren't the best at making like creamy soft serve, so you end up with sort of icy soft serve. Oh, but I love it. It's good for me. I love that stuff. I eat it up. I'm all over it. It's like it's perfect to me. It's perfect. Oops. I wanted to do this. I think I made the hair too shiny here. I have to erase some of it. To me, the shiniest part of the hair should be the center bang. If you have bangs, it needs to be like toward the middle of the face. That is where your shiniest bang goes, in the middle. Your shiniest strand of hair. And then you can have like secondary shinies on the side. But the main event, it's gotta be this on the front. Okay, I think I'll leave it at this for today. Oh my gosh, I streamed a long time today. Or I guess not too long, but I need to lock in. So I think that was the perfect amount of time for today. I let myself get carried away past base coloring for sure, but this is looking really cute. I feel proud of it. I feel proud of it. Thank you everyone for hanging out with me. Thanks for hanging out with me on your Wednesday afternoon. Yippee. I want to work on some things I want to prepare. Thank you for the stream. 2.5 hours, Otsu. Yeah, I have noticed, thankfully, my allergies have started to subside. Maybe I'm jinxing it though. I'll try not to jinx it, but I realized that if I keep my room a little colder, the congestion doesn't act up as much when I'm streaming these days. So, yay! I was able to yap away for like 3.5 hours. With a lot of drawing between, of course. But it was super fun. Oh, thank you guys always for hanging out. I'm excited to keep working on this. I think it's gonna really come together once I can do like the lighting details on it. It's gonna change the look entirely. But it's looking cute already. Yippee! I like this thing. I like this thing right here. Very cute. Very cuteful. So cute. Otsu, thank you for the awesome stream. Thank you for being awesome. My stomach is grumbling. I really hope you can't hear that. I think you know, my Mike Chan, you're doing a great job. No, you. Thank you for hanging out with me again. I'll bring you guys over here, and yeah, that's gonna be. Oh my gosh, my voice cracked. Yeah. I should never say the word "yeah" isolated like that ever again. That sounded not great. Okay. I'll see you guys over here. Yippee! What's on the menu tonight? Oh, I don't know, guys. I've burnt through my meal prep, but I did get groceries recently, so I had avocado toast for breakfast today, though. My avocado finally got soft enough. I bought an avocado because they were having a sale where you can get like 2 of them for less, and I was like, oh yeah, I do love avocado toast. So I bought 2, but they were too hard, so I had to wait like 3 business days for them to ripen, and I was like, I know there are techniques to get them to ripen faster, but then it's not the same. I feel like if an avocado is like squishy on the outside but still too hard in the middle, it's not fun. But yeah, lately I've been into making avocado toast, but I don't make it super often. But I think for lunch, I finished all my leftovers. I made pasta and I also made chicken noodle soup, but I made huge vats of it. But like that was over the weekend already, so I've already eaten through all of it. It's been depleted. So I think I'm just gonna have to see what's in the fridge. I want Hamburg steak. Hamburg steak is so fun to make. The most fun part of it is like when I was a kid, I would play Cooking Mama, and there's the part where you have to throw the Hamburg back and forth to shape it. But then now I can like actually do that. I like put my little gloves on and I can toss the Hamburg steak, and it's so tasty. Sometimes I make Hamburg steak and I feel like I'm like eating a kid's meal. It's like a treat because I have like the sauce with the ketchup in it. And then I cook like broccoli and carrots on the side, and I'm like, this looks like a kid's meal. I eat it with rice, but mashed potato sounds really good. I don't think I make mashed potatoes as much as I should. I like mashed potatoes. I think I just get lazy and wind up just throwing rice in the rice cooker. So whenever I cook something that's like meant to be eaten with, sometimes I'll even have like pasta sauce with rice, because no one says I can't. I can have a little pasta sauce with rice as a treat, but I tend to get pasta sauce. Like I at least want the first meal with the pasta sauce to be pasta. And then after that, sometimes I might eat it with rice. Or if I'm feeling extra guilty, I make it into a sandwich. I can't be the only one that does that. You know, like you cook a yummy pasta sauce and there's like all the bell pepper chunks and like squash inside and like onions. And then there's like, you know, there's like sausages in there. And so like sometimes I put it on bread and I like eat it like a sandwich. Because if you think about it, it's pretty much the same thing as having a sandwich with like meat and tomato and onion and bell pepper. Yeah? Pasta sauce with rice is a college survival method. I never grew out of that survival method. I liked it too much. That's what I do with leftover pizza sauce. Dang. We're talking about food. I'm truly too hungry now. Thank you guys for spending the afternoon with me. I had so much fun drawing. I had a good time. But I should probably figure out what to cook so that I can eat at like 6 or 7. That was not intentional. Anyways. Any good sauce can go on rice for all I care. Exactly. Also, any good rice... Oh, any good rice? Any good... Any good sauce can be mixed with rice and then turned into omu rice. If you beat some eggs and like put them in a pan and cook them a little bit, you can make omu rice with any rice that is mixed with delicious sauce. I had garlic butter rice. Omu rice is very good. That's what I will leave you with today. The Mintmai knowledge I will leave you with today is that I found out if you make a delicious like buttery garlic rice, You can turn it into omu rice and add ketchup on top, and I like it more than the ketchup rice. Garlic butter omu rice with ketchup topping instead of ketchup rice omu rice. That's my, you know, Mintmai's no chef. I'm no chef, but I'm cooking. Draw on top of the egg with your Oshi. Yeah. If you ever, oh gosh. If you ever draw me on omu rice, you're obligated to show me. I want to see it. Okay. I'll leave you guys with that for today. Oh, wait. Everyone stop. Wait. Stop. What is this that I see? I was like getting ready to end the stream and then I look and there's something that catches my little eye. This is the last thing we will talk about today, I swear. But if for those of you that are Sanrio knowers, you will know that every year they hold a character ranking and then you go and vote for your favorites and it's a very intense battle, and every year there's someone that like curses out Cinnamoroll and I'm like, my king does not deserve this. Cinnamoroll is not even my #1 fave. Cinnamoroll was my childhood favorite, or one of my childhood favorites. But Cinnamoroll does not deserve the slander just because he's the most popular. That aside, they are releasing 70 tiny plushies to celebrate the character ranking. What? Or like in honor of the character ranking. Hold on. They have Monkichi. Okay, so I feel like I want to circle the ones like my goats so that you know. Oh my gosh. That is bonkers. They made 70. Dude. Whoa. Hold on. Okay, so in order. They even have Loromanic on here! Did you guys know that there's like evil Cinnamoroll? Or not evil Cinnamoroll. There's like in Cinnamoroll universe, there are these really I need people that are into gothic aesthetics to start standing Loromanic like now. They're called Loromanic because it's Cinnamoroll spelled backwards. And they're like mischievous, evil Cinnamoroll. I would say they're more of a foil. I don't know if they're actually evil, because as much as I love Sanrio, I don't keep up with every universe's lore. Where's my girl? Where's my girl? Oh my gosh, wait, she's tiny. Oh, I love her. Oh, Kogimian, how I love you. Oh my goodness. Hanamaru Obake! Wait, so cute. Oh! I just like the ones that look like flower friends. I think my tastes like bleed into my design sense, and so I truly just wind up liking ones that like reminds me of flower friends. Like, dang, okay. I also really like these little guys. I don't remember their names right now because I don't keep track of a lot of the new ones. But like, you see how that's just a little yellow star with a hat? It's awesome. I also like this guy that's like just straight up a tooth. Like, they're pretty cool. The little dot that you see, like, that's their mouth. They don't have eyes or a nose. Like, it's just a tooth with arms and a mouth. I like that they're releasing such a huge line of their characters, though. Oh my gosh, they even have Cheery Chums? Cheery Chums? This is Hello Kitty's plush teddy bear. I think I'm just telling you guys that I know too much about Sanrio. Oh my goodness, and they have Mimi, Hello Kitty's twin sister that people like to conveniently forget about, which I think is mean because she's the one with the yellow bow. She has a bow on the other ear, and they have Mokichi! So cute. But yeah, I think that people forget about her. And I think that that's slander, because Hello Kitty from the very beginning of time has had a twin sister. Okay. It's Hello Kitty and Hello Mimi. Her name is Mimi, like M-I-M-M-Y. Okay? And I think that it is really... like, please take the time to know her. Chicken Caesar. But does chicken know her? Does chicken hear her? Does chicken tender? Anyways, there's Hello Kitty and Hello Mimi. Mimi always has a bow on, like, the other ear. I think I just found out about her not too long ago. I'm glad that you've been enlightened, okay? She is so cute. She is so cute, but everyone just knows Hello Kitty. It's hard. It's hard out here. I just like her little yellow bow. The nostalgia. I think... oh my goodness, what plushie is this? I think they need to make more merch of her. I do think they try to make merch of her whenever it's like Hello Kitty's birthday. But like for every merch of Mimi, I think that there's like the same merch, but it's Hello Kitty. But it doesn't work the other way around because they make so much merch of Hello Kitty that does not have Mimi. But I guess it cannot be helped, you know? Look at this! Look at her! She's wearing a bear hoodie! That's Mimi! She's perfect and has done nothing wrong ever. Wait, I've never seen this one before. There's some cute ones of her. But she's usually released for like birthday stuff. This is so cute. I'm obviously biased because, you know, she's in a color palette that I'm weak for. But like, look at this. She's all fancy schmancy here. I'm just grabbing these photos off of Google. Look at this little keychain. She has like little hair stars. She's like the forgotten middle child, except not middle. No, it's worse because they're twins. She's the forgotten twin sister that's like been there from the beginning. She's been there since like the old anime. It's like when people forget that My Melody is red. I'm gonna be honest, as a My Melody, you know, I do like My Melody. I think I love her personality. She's so silly. But My Melody, because like I have nostalgia, she's one of my OG favorites. But she's she's red. But I like her more pink. So I don't mind that they've like brand shifted My Melody very quickly. I think she was like red for like a solid 10 or 20 years. I don't know. I have My Melody lore in my head, but I think over time I just like slowly forget some of it. But she is red because she's supposed to be the Little Red Riding Hood. And also there's this very cute like there's like a wolf character that came with her original artwork, but like has never seen the light of day for like a long time. Sometimes I miss her ear gap though. I think her ear gap looked really silly. Before they made her pink and like changed some of the design. I think even when she was red, sometimes the ear gap would be gone. But if you ever look at like really like old plushies of My Melody, she has like a crazy valley between her ears, and I think it looks very cute. I don't know if I have a good... I have a good... Let me see if I have a good photo. Let me see. Here's some old art of her. Thank you for letting me go on this final tangent about characters I love. Look! Do you see the little, like, ear... the little ear gap? It makes her look so silly. I personally like it because it's... I do like when they put her ears down nowadays. But, like, come on. There's something about her ears, like, being like that, where it's, like, antenna. And, like, there's a little, like, little gap. Funny enough, the ears pointing straight up also remind me of Flower Friends now. But also, look! Everyone forgets that everyone forgets the wolf. Like, they're really cute too. But everyone forgets that there even was a wolf. But yeah, I'm the most nostalgic for Cinnamoroll, Hello Kitty, and My Melody. Yeah. But my current favorites still stand as like Kogimyeon and Hanamaru Obake. Hanamaru Obake. It took me a second to fully pronounce the name because I just really like that Hanamaru Obake is just... it's just like a little ghost with ears. Justice for big challenges? No, you're right though. Big challenges is underrated. I love big challenges. I love that they just named them big challenges. Let me show you guys official artwork of big challenges now that they are brought up. Please, please observe one of the peakest designs of all time. Vote big challenges in the Sanrio rankings. Or actually, it's more like... here comes big challenges. This is the official artwork for big challenges. Name a better crocodile design. They're perfect. They look like a protractor. You know? Like, if you think about in school when you had to buy a protractor for math class for whatever reason so that you could draw graphs with pencil, he somehow reminds me of that time. I don't know. I hope they make more merch of big challenges someday. You know who I hope they make more merch of? Chitaimon-chan. I will not forget Chitaimon-chan. Ever. You can't take... just because there's Monkichi, you can't take Chitaimon-chan away from me. Chitaimon-chan specifically was very present in stationery that I loved as a kid. That, like, my mom just, like, had. I will never forget you. I will love you forever and ever and ever. You are the softest, perfect, warm shade of pink, purple, and like orange tans, and the little banana on your head is perfect, and you are perfect, and you can do no wrong. He is so cute. I forgot that he was a guy for a hot second because when I was a little kid, because I was a small baker. And honestly, I blame the universe for teaching me that pink was girly, because that is not true. Actually, I like more now that Chitaimon-chan is a boy monkey. But as a little girl, I thought Chitaimon-chan was a girl. And I was like, she's just like me for real. But I like that his tail is like a perfect purple. Personality skills are his ability to bounce through the jungle trees, likes bananas and cherries, sweet and delicious tropical treats. A little monkey boy. The charm point is the cute purple tail that curls round and round. He loves bananas and cherries. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. They did you so dirty. There's like no new Chitaimon-chan stuff. Even that chart of like the 70 plush keychains that they made. They're not making Chitaimon-chan. I think that Chitaimon-chan would do incredible in the aesthetics of the great 2020, the great 2026. So right here, right now, this is my plea. I want Chichaimon-chan back. I think that we need Chichaimon-chan plushies again. You know how Labubus got really popular? Before there were Labubus. And I'm not even saying they look super similar, but before there were Labubus, there was Chichaimon-chan. And I think in today's trinket and colorful pastel-loving youth and world, I just think that Chichaimon-chan, you know, you were before your time. And I mourn your loss every day. Just keeping the photo of him there. Like, please come back to me. Please. Please come back to me. I never even got to have a plushie of Chichaimon-chan. I know they sell, like, the really, really old ones, but I think they deserve, like, new Sanrio treatment. They deserve new stationery and things to oshikatsu with. Are they on the Sanrio character vote? I didn't vote yet this year. Are they on the character ranking? Because they might. Sometimes they don't even, like, I don't even know if they have Chichaimon-chan. Let me look. I'm looking. Oh my goodness, it doesn't start until tomorrow. The voting doesn't start until the 9th. Okay, well, this is my plea. Chichaimon-chan, come back in one way or another, please. I miss you. That being said, I rambled on for long enough. Thank you for spending time with me. Thank you for letting me draw. Thank you for, you know, just being part of my Wednesday. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys again soon. I'll see you on Friday. And I'm looking forward to I'm looking forward to seeing you again soon. On Friday for Tomodachi Life. Yay! Actually, if you're curious about my schedule, I will just redirect you guys to the schedule waiting room right now. Thank you again for teaching us about Chichaimon-chan. Isn't he so cute? Every time, like, I think there's just so many new shiny Sanrio characters. I know some people will, like, talk about their old faves. There's also goth little twin stars, which is like, they're like these twin sisters, and people need to know them. They're the magical twin comets, and they're these twin sisters, and they're beautiful. I don't know if they're more goth or emo because they got like the stripes in their fashion. Sorry, I'll pull them up. Oh gosh, I can't. Don't talk to me about Sanrio. Stop. The Flower Friends are they're holding me hostage, and they're making me talk about characters and character merch, and I can't stop. But look, I just need people to know that there's like witchy cosmic little twin stars, and they're gothic, and they have piercings and fangs and striped. Like they're one of them has one pigtail and the other has two, and they were literally made as like foils to little twin stars. But then everyone likes to conveniently forget that they were like ever a thing, and they make like gothic, like for some merch collections they just make like goth little twin stars. But goth little twin stars is not the same as my goats, because these gals right here, like, they're witches. There's official artwork of them with witch hats, and they're magical twin comets, and like, look at their like piercings, and they're familiar. You see that? You see that cute little rat? Like, they're giving goth magical girl realness, and I think that they need to be brought back in a big way too. is, I was talking about how like the gothic cinema roll is like Loromantic. But Loromantic, I think they're... My hot take is I really love Loromantic, and they need attention too. But Loromantic is only getting more popular again, I think, because cinema roll is so popular. And Loromantic is like the mischief makers in cinema roll's universe. But I think because Little Twin Stars is never like top 3 popular, they're not bringing back the goth girlies that I want to see. Investing in this before it blows up and becomes a new hit. I think so many people in the world would like them, and also like Monkey, like not Monkey Tea. I'm sinning. These names. Chichaimon-chan. I tripped over my words. No Chichaimon, no Chichaimon. No Chichaimon-chan! Erasure in my bakery. What I mean to say is, Monkey is the signature Sanrio monkey, but that doesn't mean that we can't have 2. They need to be brought back in a big way too. Yeah. Invest in my stonks. My character stonks. I really think that some of these characters have only phased out of style because people now don't know about them. And the only reason I know about them is I didn't know about them until I became like a deeper... I mean, Chichaimon-chan I've known about like since I was really, really little. But like for Magical Twin Comets, I didn't know about them until I was a little bit more into Sanrio, and then got curious about like I was digging up characters that I like didn't know about. I was genuinely digging up characters because I was just like, there's so many, there's like such a large cast. How am I gonna stan everyone if they like don't make merch of every single character and they don't promote every single character? Okay, I swear on my Baker honor that this is the last time I'm gonna say last thing, and then I will end stream after this. I just need you to know my one last underrated goat, okay? This is Pasutan. They are actually from Kogimyeon's universe. But they are actually one string of pasta, and their dream in life is to become a cat, which is why they've rolled themselves into a cat-like shape. But they are in fact literally pasta. The description of their personality is goal-oriented, unique, and unconfident. And their quote is, "Nya, not yummy. Do not eat them. They only..." They're LARPing! I love them! "They only meow despite having the ability to speak." Hold on, I'm just gonna read their whole profile for you, okay? Pasutan is a Sanrio character who is a part of Kogimyeon's universe. They are a long noodle who wants to be a cat. They only meow despite having the ability to speak and move their tail around like a cat. They are goal-oriented and unique. Pasutan does not have much self-confidence, but they have strong love for themselves. Also, as far as I know, canonically non-binary, ungendered pasta. But I love them. I love Pasutan, and they don't really make a lot of like the side characters within a universe. But because I love Kogimyeon, I have like looked into the other characters in her universe. Who I really love, but out of all of them, Pasutan is my favorite. Pasutan! I like that they specifically meow even though they can like speak fully well and normally. That is a choice. That is a choice that they have made, and like, you know, live your dream. Live your dreams. Be the cat that you want to be, you know? And also the commitment to like wounding yourself up to be a cat shape and then also moving the tail end of your noodle in a cat-like manner. It's adorable. I would also like you guys to know, if you look up Sanrio's Pasutan, this is the only art of them that exists. This is the only official art that has ever existed of them. As far as I know. Actually, they might exist in the background art of like some Kagimian stories and things, but you have to dig so deep. Like if you just look up Pasutan, you can't find it. You can't find like any more artwork of them. That's awesome. I like to think that they're they're that character like the real Starwalker in Deltarune. They only have this one pose and they're always standing like this in the corner, and their iconic line. Actually, they can't even speak, so what they do is they can, but they choose not to. So they go nya, and then in subtitles it says, "I'm Pastan," and that's all they say. They just nya to let you know that they're there. I like them. Sanrio, this is my formal proposal. If you are not going to do more with Pastan as your IP, can I adopt them? I will take very good care of them in my bakery. Look at how well, like if I go, you know, would you even notice that anything is different about the bakery? No, because Pastan already fits in perfectly. Can you tell that they walked over there themselves? No. Like, they work. Okay. Well, I'm adopting them now. You're coming with me. Time to write them that official business letter. Oh my gosh. You know, apparently you can, like... They have some kind of contact form, like Sanrio does, where you can propose like an IP collaboration. But I think I have to make my own IP stronger for them to ever consider accepting me. My dream collaboration is not with, like, you know, sometimes people ask like, oh, like, what would your dream collab be? It's not a place. I know I talked about bakery, like collabing with the bakery would be such a dream, but like, if it's an IP collaboration, Kogimian, and then I can bring the Renaissance, or not even the Renaissance, because it was never even there. I can bring on the debut of Pastan world domination. I think I'm like Pastan. I'm dream oriented, and I don't have the highest of confidence, but I have learned to have a deep love for myself, so I want Sanrio to know that they're you know, they're sleeping on my goat, Pastan. They're sleeping on my cat, Pastan. All right, I'll leave you guys with that. I hope that you guys may have dreams and memories and fond thoughts of Pastan, magical twin comets, and Tisaimon-chan for my sake. And to that, have a good rest of your day, afternoon, and evening. This is Mintmai, 30 minutes of incessant character merchandise and character IP yapping officially out. Yeah. See you later. Bye bye. Thank you for being sat through all of that.